Well, it's time to go racing here for round number 5 of the Champions of the Future America Series. As always, my name is Caleb Viesca. Alongside me this weekend in the booth, Dean Helt and Jackson Lambros all year long bring us the best trackside coverage on the West Coast. That being said, we're ready to go racing here for the first time this weekend into qualifying heats. On the pole position, Maddox Carlucci better than everybody else over one lap. The 2:05 puts himself on the inside, starting alongside Asher Bazanski. They're going to share row number 1. On row number 2, Benjamin Tavi and Lachlan Postel on that second row. Kendall West and Dan Dukalescu, the first of the mini U10s, starting on row number 3 with Sebastian Matijadzik and August Stringer. On row number 4, Aaron Seneviratny on row number 5 alongside Lincoln Cloys, as well as Lucas Freitas, Vettel Baker, Doran Pascucci, Landry Donahue, Jackson Freckleton, and Carson Bishop, I believe, not joining us here this weekend. That being said, though, it's time to go racing. A mile and then some is what these drivers are getting ready to face here at the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. Dean, it has been, again, in our minds as to what racing is going to look like here just in Spring Mountain, Las Vegas. Go ahead, Dean.
It's all going to be about consistency. We've seen guys be good over one lap, but can you be good? As it looks like we're going to send the kiddos around one more time here before the real race gets going here. But consistency will be key. Can you manage the tires for the course of the heat? And once again, got to think towards Sunday, can you manage your body as well?
And there's a couple of drivers there fading out of line, just looking to put themselves in position there, and just a little too early. And again, can't blame them, right? Nerves starting to go high. You can feel the heart rate starting to go up a little bit as you're running down onto the front stretch. But it's a very, very long run out of the exit of turn 19 and up into the start box. That finish line is almost at the end of the straightaway, which again, if that's any indication of what we're going to see later on today, I could assume some drag races all the way to the finish line throughout qualifying heats and even tomorrow in the main event. But we're going to see. This is where you learn. This is where you try things. And if they don't work, that's when you adjust. And that being said, these minis going to take us around one more time.
6 laps that we got on hand for you guys here for this first heat race of the weekend. The 2:05 and the 2:13 have been the class of the field. Those two likely going to be separating themselves early on here, and then the dogfight for the final step on the podium. Still, a lot can happen. You never know what happens here with these kiddos, as it looks like they're all trying to wave hello.
Yeah, and they're all just kind of telling each other, right, to slow her down just a little bit. You can see the flags are waving. Talk about the wind kind of picking up here a little bit. Very, very windy. And cold starts to the day as well. Here we're actually, again, an hour outside of Las Vegas, the Las Vegas that everybody is familiar with, if you will. We're technically in Pahrump, Nevada, which is an hour outside of Las Vegas, and very windy. Still in the desert. Not really going to change, but that being said, great views, great scenes. And this is one of the scenes we're going to keep an eye on here. Carlucci's on the inside. Bazanski is on the outside. This one looking a lot better than it did the lap prior. And they're all at a crawl. We wait for the green flag. Do we get it this time? Yes, we do. And Mini is underway in qualifying heat race number 1.
Very, very smoothly through turn number 1. Looks like everyone's going to make it. I will say what I found when I raced PKC here, the outside is usable at the start. There's so much residual grip here in this asphalt as our pole sitter starts to scamper away here in the early stages. Maybe some alternate lines, maybe some drivers looking to stay off the rubber here, but thus far, looks like all the kiddos have made it through the first half of the lap. Yeah,
so the pole sitter, Maddox Carlucci, has faded back to 3rd, and up at the front is now Benjamin Tavi in the 2:04. Bazanski as well. Start on the outside. He doesn't get to decide when this one gets underway. That fell into the hands of Carlucci. And you can see everybody just really kind of bogging down as that green flag flew. Not really just able to get underway with how slow they were going as well on the exit of turn 19 and on that front stretch. Just a very, very slow start. And for everybody else as well, right? Just looking to get this one going. It was a great punch off for Benjamin Tabby, who started in third, so he was right behind the pole sitter and was quickly able to get around. Right behind him, the 211, Kendall West. She's up to second to get this one started for the competition speed team, and then Lachlan Postle is down in fourth. Or Lachlan Postle is actually right in this mix. He's looking to be in fourth indeed, and then right behind him is Asher Bazanski. That being said, this one, lap number 1 getting set to get completed, and there's some movers further back in the pack here.
Looks like everyone's going to play nicer early. Also want to emphasize to those at home, those with a number 1 in front of their number plate, they are the under 10s, and the ones with the 2s, they are the proper mini category. So surprising to see, I believe that is Sebastian Matias Kizik. Apologies for the if I happen to be butchering the name, but we've got one of the under 10s keeping it with the big boys.
Yeah,
and girls, I should say.
Yeah, of course, because the lone young lady at the front of the field just took the lead. Kendall West in the 211 now leads the boys right behind her. So she was able to get ahead there of Benjamin Tabby, who's not slotted back to third. Is now Lachlan looking for a move on the inside. He's going to get it, and Tabby's going to drop a tire off the racetrack. And you see him hand in the air, not happy, but again, Postle was on the inside, able to get that move done and clear for third. Tabby's going to slot back with a lot of work to do to get back to where he was a couple laps ago, and that's to the lead of this field.
And
now,
as you said, go ahead.
I was going to say now, in second, slots Maddox Carlucci from third up to second.
We spoke with a couple of the different mechanics and drivers yesterday. Turn 9 and Turn 13 are really the two major overtaking areas outside of Turn 1 where you're not going to be stuck on the outside. If you can get track positioning on the inside, it's really one of the few corners on this racetrack that isn't a switchback, where you can kind of you can gain the advantage and then really control it through the corner. It's a little surprising to see that aggressive a maneuver this early, as now we've got a top 3 breakaway between West, Carlucci, and Postle.
Well, you got to do your race as well, right? For the likes of Lachlan Postle there, he's got to make moves himself, got to get himself through this field to put himself in contention to go further and further up as this day continues. Look, you talk about the superheat tomorrow. Great way to shift yourself through this field. And that being said, making the move when he needs it, right? Everybody out there putting on their own race, and Lachlan had to do just that, putting himself up to third. And now Maddox Carlucci, next one on the board for him in a turn number 9 this time. Not going to be there, but like you said, right, we're seeing why that corner has been pretty key to making overtakes here.
Yeah, I've thrown a couple pretty nasty slide jobs into that turn 9 complex. Really, I would say the prime overtaking zone. You really, if you're behind somebody, you really force them. You got to pick a side, and if you're brave enough to leave the inside open, unfortunately, as Tavi found out there on the second lap of the race, you can be taken advantage of. As now it seems like Mrs. West is stretching a bit of a gap to our P2 runner in Carlucci.
Yeah, Kendall's doing a good job to start to separate herself from the rest of the boys that are right behind her. There's Carlucci looking to close in on this front stretch, and he is going to do so. He's going to put himself at about half a car length back from Kendall West, and you see the exit out of the 211 out of the corner as well, just really able to get herself out and extend that gap even a little more. She has been really strong throughout throughout some of the slower speed, mid-speed corners, but again, throughout one lap so far with the fastest lap of the race, Lachlan Postle is currently quickest. He's just still getting to work with Maddox Carlucci here, looking for a way around here, Dean.
Now these top 3 really have been separating themselves quite heavily from the rest of the field. The question now becomes, how long are you willing to wait? Do you want to be in the position of Kendall West, where you're in the lead, you control what happens behind you, or maybe do you want to be in a spot like Carlucci or Postle, where you can kind of pick your moment, try to get that run, and then we'll find out whether or not you want to be leading coming out of that final corner, coming to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and again, you only have seconds here to breathe, right? You talk about maybe the biggest breathing zones that you have here, where you're not on the wheel and turning and putting inputs into the steering wheel is the front stretch with how long it is. But everywhere else, it's very technical. You're in through the corners, turning, every 5 seconds it seems like. So again, to set something up, you have to be nearly perfect. This right here is looking to work out here for Lachlan Postle, and they get together on the front stretch. Maddox Carlucci's around in front of the field. They're looking to work their way by. But Lachlan looking to make the move. Carlucci wanted to make one of his own, and the two of them come together. Carlucci falls down the order. Lachlan Postle stays in second. looking to chase down Kendall West. And here's a look at the replay here on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Side by side, looks like Carlucci just got out of line, looked to make a move of his own. And into the side of Lachlan Postle there.
Such small contact for these drivers. Thankfully, there are still a couple other heats where you will be able to dig yourself out of an issue like this, but a unfortunate setback there from one of our front runners. Now it is a 1v1 at the front between Kendall West and Mr. Carlucci there in P2 in the 205. Also, looks like we might have a battle here for P3 brewing before too long as those three drivers continue to close up with one another as we're coming to 2 to go this time by. Unfortunately, just a little bit of contact in the wrong place, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, it's really make or break there, right? Luckily, though, for Maddox Carlucci, you have another 2 qualifying heats left on the day.
Found out why you can't always go defensive. It looks like we're headed home.
And Kendall West still in the lead, and a textbook move sets up a crossover as they work their way out of turn 18 into 19. Kendall West to the front stretch. It's not done just yet. Lachlan with a run, but it's not enough. Kendall West gonna get it done here in mini. What a drive out of the 211. She gets it done here to kick off the day in qualifying heat race number 1. Cross the line in second, we saw there Lachlan Postle going to cross the line there. Asher Bazanski, top 3. Then a Benjamin Tabby able to recover up to 4. Sebastian Matt Jazik, what a drive, up to P5 for the 137, the first of the mini U10s. And then to August Stringer, Dan Dukulescu, and then Lucas Freitas, Aaron Senavaratney, Lincoln Cloys, Carson Bishop, Landry Donahue, Beto Baker, Jackson Freckleton, Doran Piscucci, and Maddox Carlucci, unfortunately down to 16th at the end of this one. That being said, though, Kendall West kicks things off on the right foot.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Interesting racing maneuvers. Track position will be key, and as always, tire management and body management for these young drivers will be a factor for this heat race as we're coming to the green flag this time by, I believe.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go racing here, and indeed, looks like Diesel Bazanski, whatever he was worried about post-race, has been settled. He is going to start and lead this field to the green flag. It's Bazanski on the inside, Ferguson on the outside, KA100 Junior qualifying heat race number 1 is underway.
Really, really aggressive chops there, squeezing to the inside here for lead, boys. Be careful, a lot of dust down there getting kicked up. Looks like we're not going to see any heroics for hanging it around the outside through the king into turn 3 now as we head towards X-Plex. Looks like the majority of the positions remain the same. And good job, boys. We made it through green and clean into turn number 4.
And a lot of dirt, as you saw there, just on the inside of some of those corners there on the run up to turn number 3. Just, again, a lot of dust and debris getting kicked onto the racetrack, but it looks like everybody was able to make it through. As we look up at the front here, Diesel Bazanski in the lead of Ferguson, and then back to Daniel Ramirez, indeed.
Oh, dear.
As one of the drivers is off. That's a 354, just at the back of the pack of Wolf Mustaller. Unfortunately, he's going to be out of this one early.
Spoke too soon on the clean and green, but considering how aggressive these youngsters were being, the fact that we've only got one casualty is nothing short of a miracle as we make our way through the S's for the first time. Now we'll see how big of a hole these karts punch in there. I wouldn't be surprised to see pretty much all of these drivers doing a head ducking technique. There is an 8-mile-per-hour wind heading eastward, which means all the way down this whole straightaway, you're punching a big hole in there, and here we go, move for the lead.
Troy Ferguson on the inside, Ramirez looking to follow, and Bazanski smart enough, he's not going to fight it out all too much, and they are just on the exit of turn number 2. You see how much dirt is on the inside there, as one of them is going to go way off as well, just further back. That could have been Aaron Spears there, I believe, the driver that dropped the tire off the racetrack. Looked like one of the Nash Motorsports machines, that a little bit of an off-track excursion, and that was right behind Sebastian Hauser. So indeed, Aaron Spears dropping a tire off the racetrack as Ferguson is in control, and another mover up front for the Zach Woodsford Racing team, and that's Declan Mixon getting himself into the mix here.
Bazanski is fading and fading fast all the way down to P4 here. For your provisional pollster, I guess he must have heard me as he goes back up the inside, going for number 3. But you got to remember, there are teammates and friendships at play here. I wonder if maybe some of these drivers want to get, I believe, your championship leader in Diesel Bazanski out of the lead running as the top 2 continue to scamper away as the battle for P3 continues to intensify.
Yeah, and really that's a great response there to for Bazanski to make that move, to get it done. Because again, like you said, right, he's losing time. He's getting past lap after lap. How do you respond? How do you react? You make one. But when you do that, again, looks like Declan was a little bit nice there with him. He's going to hold him off. And championship points leader Sebastian Hauser is the driver now inside of the top 5, looking to close in here. But up front, Troy Ferguson with the fastest lap of the race. He has been in control since he took the lead of this race a lap ago.
Never really, he's going to take it. I was going to say he never looks back. A little bit of rubbernecking there out of turn number 6. I want to emphasize to the viewers there are track limits being enforced on the exit of turn 6. You need to keep at least 2 tires on the racing surface at all times. That is going to be met with some kind of a penalty from race control, but it's not just free range out here at the Spring Mountain Karting Circuit. About halfway done here already in this first heat race, as there's your championship leader in the 307 of my apologies.
Sebastian Hauser there. Sebastian Hauser was able to make the move there and got himself clear to get himself up to 4th, which moves Declan Mixon 1 spot back. And again, Hauser just kind of picking him off one by one, right? It's maybe not the lights out pace that we're used to seeing him where he's at the front and in control of it, but he eases into a lot of these weekends where towards the end of it, in the main event, that's what counts, right? And he knows that. He realizes that at the end of it as well. A lot of drivers going to the bottom of the racetrack there. Braden Wagner and a couple of more still side by side, still fighting. And that second group with the likes of Jet Whipple starting to heat up just a little bit as Bazanski starting to close in with the top 2 here in Ferguson and Daniel.
That is the risky run whenever you try to go offline here. Very, very dirty and very, very dusty. On the racing line, it is nothing but rainbows and sunshine. Offline, it is nothing but dirt and despair, as one of the GFC drivers has just figured out on the exit of turn number 1 here as we reach the middle of lap number 3 in this first heat race. Looks like this is a bit of a lull as the field has mostly gotten single filed out here. Maybe a move coming back, maybe not so much yet. I believe this is the 338 that we are looking at of Jet Whippy. I believe that is going to be trying to unbury himself as once again, Troy Ferguson says, see you later.
Yeah, he's extending his gap here by a good bit and just getting himself further away from Daniel Ramirez. Bazanski still right behind Ramirez, looking to make some headway, hasn't made enough. And then it's to Hauser, and then to Mixon, and then to Spears, and then to Wagner, and then to Jet Whipple, then Martinez, then Keegan Ellsworth, as well just at the back of the pack as they continue to make moves here. Just right behind Whipple there.
A couple of Nash Motorsports teammates, as I believe we've got a driver off in the back at turn 1 as Troy Ferguson responds to the fastest lap last time by Diesel Bazanski as he sets his own 1:15.6. A very, very competitive and very, very quick lap as we come towards the middle portions of lap number 4 as your leaders continue to stretch out just a little more ever by lap.
Yeah, just having a close look at these lead packs. This is, again, quite surprising, right? We talk about how big the draft is here and how big that front straightaway is, but you're seeing a lot of separation throughout the top 10. And that's also a testament to how technical this racetrack has been for a lot of these drivers, right? In the margin of error, if you will. Look, yeah, you have a lot of it, but again, you also really don't. You need to put in perfect laps, perfect sectors, go through these corners quite perfectly to, again, close down at competitors. It's not easy to follow closely around this place.
And you got to think these tires that you're on now are the same tires that you're going to have to use to get to the end of the super heat coming up on Sunday. These drivers, you got to be careful. You can't get it all now. If you want to use up your tires early, you will pay for it by the end of this weekend. So for the most part, I think everyone's kind of settled out here a little bit as we come to the beginning of lap number 5. But still nobody really able to hold a candle at the moment to Troy Ferguson, who is just killing them with consistency. And always, as always, consistency is key.
Yeah, he hasn't really put a foot wrong up to this point here, Dean. He has been phenomenal to start off this first qualifying heat race. The rest of the pack further back. Bazanski is going to get pressure from Sebastian Hauser here in a couple of moments. And they work their way into turn number 9, and right on cue, Hauser is going to go as well further back. Aaron Spears looking to go on Declan Mixon. And he's able to go. Aaron Spears is clear. He's up to 4th. Hauser now up to 3rd. So a little bit of changing going on inside of the top 5 and just at the edge of it. But up front, Ferguson, it's a long shot, really, if Daniel Ramirez can close in on him. And Yeah, Ferguson's long gone here. Hauser, he's going to have one more lap this time around to look to close in on the Axis Kart Sport machine.
Remember, we're not too far from Las Vegas. It's how much are you willing to wager here? How much do you want to risk in just the first heat race of this weekend as we get the white flag here for your leader in Troy Ferguson? The battle will be for P3, I believe, with Diesel Bizanski, although it looks like for the moment the driver currently in P5 will back out of that move. But at any point, everything is a switchback. If you're going to throw that big move up the inside, you got to make sure you can cash that check, or else you're going to be paying for it the next time around.
Yeah, and we saw it earlier as well, right? You talk about the end to the mini race where Kendall West was able to set up a perfect crossover into turn number 9. The same applies here for these full-size chassis as they get ready to close this one off. Aaron Spears still locked in a battle with Declan Mixon. And it's not going to be easy to try and keep yourself ahead in this last lap. But Bizanski lost time there to Hauser. And he's now falling under fire to Aaron Spears here. A couple of more corners to go. Troy Ferguson has checked out from the rest of this field. This kid has been on a roll so far, but still looking and hunting for a main event race victory. Could this be the weekend for Ferguson? Out of the last corner, he's going to knock it out of the park in qualifying heat race number 1. Troy Ferguson is going to win in KA Junior. Across the line in second to Daniel Ramirez, Hauser in third, Bizanski and Aaron Spears, your top 5.
I think we saw there between Diesel Bizanski and Aaron Spears that little bit of a toe. It was very close for them. Luckily for Diesel Bizanski, a little bit of a draft off the cart in front, but if that's the end of the race, we could be seeing some photo finishes here later this afternoon.
And what a way to start off the day for the 329 on the Kartnik machine, on the Benek, if you will. He has been on a roll so far to kick things off here at Spring Mountain Karting Complex. More getting set to come your way. Coming up next, it's time to go senior racing with the seniors.
Benek out in full force in Indiana this weekend, but the lone kid on the West Coast getting it done for qualifying heat number 1. A boring race for you there, Troy. I say that in a really good way, though. Walk me through heat 1.
Yeah, so we got a quite good start. I mean, Diesel didn't go. I don't think he was expecting like the green flag to go out that early. And then, yeah, we had a lot of pace, and then I was just able to pull away.
I know you really haven't gotten a lot of track time out here, but we rewind the clock to you obviously doing the FIA stuff last winter, the overseas stuff with Parolin. Do you feel like you've grown this ability to learn tracks quicker the past couple months?
Yeah, but especially, I'd say the grip level, especially in the U.S., is a bit different. But it's a lot easier to go from a higher horsepower engine to like a lower horsepower engine like the KA.
Going to this kind of tire combination, though, these praises feel at least a little bit European, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially on this track, like the tires grain a bit easy because the long corners. So yeah, you can't really afford to slide a lot.
Appreciate the time. Thanks, Troy.
Yep.
Yeah, very good point there out of Troy Ferguson, right? And again, very similar to what we've talked about throughout this weekend as well, Dean, where you can't really afford to have the rear of the kart sliding all too much, and again, you're pretty much going to end up cooking those rear tires, as we touched upon earlier on the other side of the qualifying session.
Once you lose them, they don't come back. Rubber doesn't magically grow on trees, although I guess it technically kind of does. But this weekend, it's all tire management, especially. I mean, we're looking at it's for the juniors, 7-lap heat race, 7-lap heat race, 7-lap heat race. And then we've got a 10-lap superheat that all has to be done on the same set of rubber.
It doesn't necessarily have to. Again, they are allocated 2 different sets of tires, and you can use those upon your disposal. If you are, it's quite obvious, right, that a lot of the drivers are going to opt to put them on for the main event, which is pretty much no surprise there. That's what's going to be beneficial when the rest of the field is going on sticker set of Pressa tires. That's what you do, right? You got to react to what everybody else is doing. You don't want to put yourself behind the 8 ball by putting on a new set in the superheat just to make up a couple of points. The main event is what matters. But that being said, we're getting ready to go green. Mateo Calderon, Johnny Stamps getting ready to lead this field to green. Archer Eversman, Aiden Aquino on row number 2 with Cameron Perry and J.D. Drennan, Keegan Kaminsky, Rylan Cordon, Jackson Menchu, Leon Kim, Jack Babiak, Spencer Kempton, Matthew Cagle with, again, maybe a qualifying session to forget. He is stuck in the middle of the fray. Xander Malatesta, Connor Carpenter, Max Saga, Joseph Hewitt, Max Bowie, Ian Wells, Talon Brown, Dylan Archer, Jaden Johnson, John Michael Dunnigan, Kalani Anaya, and more getting ready to take the green flag here in this one.
Once again, temperatures continue to rise here in the desert. Tire management will be key this afternoon. I will say, between warm-up this morning and qualifying, only one name sticks out of those who seem to have the consistency when the track seems to change, and that is the 466 of Archer Eversman. So keep an eye on the driver coming from the inside of row number 3. Looks like we might be getting one more lap here. They're taking their sweet time to get formed up into the tram lines. I can only expect, Las Vegas is a bit of an MMA town, kind of the fight capital of the world. I'd imagine we're about to see drivers come to blows here.
Yeah, well, here we go. Mateo Calderon on the inside. Johnny Stamps, championship points leader, getting ready to go green from the outside as they enter into the tram lines. 29 total. Green flag flies. We're underway in KA Senior.
A phenomenal start there from Mateo Calderon as well as Archer Eversman. I think they might have planned that out a little bit earlier. It looks like maybe some contact in the mid-pack, but for the most part, clean and green into turn number 3 for the first time going into Xplex. Maybe a bit of a driver running off in the background. That is one of the precision carts, I do believe. But for the most part, everyone's made it through A-OK.
Yeah, it's a good start, good clean start up front. And again, both of the Axis Kart Sport teammates played that start out perfectly. Eversman was right behind Mateo Calderon, got themselves through, and are now looking to get themselves away as they're going to fight there for second. And it looks like one of the first changes there on what looked to be Johnny Stamps losing a spot there to one of the Lakeside karting machines. That could have been Cameron Perry, it looks like, making the move there. And indeed, Perry's up to third. But this one not looking like a runaway like it did a race ago in the KA Junior first qualifying heat race. Mateo Calderon, Archer Eversman, it's not going to be a runaway for them because the rest of the pack, the rest of the GFCs are right behind them.
That's always the difficult part when you're racing with your teammates. Do you go for yourself and make sure you put yourself in the best spot to win these races and get the best result, or do you try to work with your teammates and maybe compromise yourself? You know, if you're the third GFC in the line, do you really want to be the one that has to kind of foot the bill for your teammates in front? Although for the moment, everyone seems to be playing nice.
Yeah, for now, as
Oh,
one of them going around at the edge. It looked like turn number 10 there, where that driver just packed it in.
I believe that was Aiden Aquino that might have been the one, the driver with the silver numbers, or the silver outline of the black number plate on the back of that go-kart. So unfortunately, he was running P6 at the beginning of that lap, right behind the GFCs, as we got a swap for the lead here between Archer Eversman and Mateo Calderon.
And Archer Eversman, one of the other statesmen of that Axis Kart Sport team, putting himself one spot clear of Calderon there, just getting himself in the lead, getting himself in control, and again, seeing what he can do out in front of this field with the control of this race, just kind of falling into his lap. That being said, for Perry, he's still right there in third. Stamps right behind him, and joining that front group is Keegan Kaminsky, who's up into the top 5. He's just in 5th. Aiden Aquino, still pending as to who exactly that driver involved was going around at the back of the pack, and if it was Aquino, we should see his name of the 428 fall down the order. And indeed, Aquino.
Wow, there you go. Teammates getting into it with one another. That is a huge move there from, I believe, Keegan Kaminsky, jumping himself from 5th to 3rd, but at the compromisation of his teammates. Cameron Perry really getting the messy end of the stick there, as Kaminsky does go top of the board at a 15.0 for the fastest lap. This is perfect for the top 2 drivers of Axis Karting.
Yeah, playing it perfectly here, and Eversman just really now finally able to stretch his legs out a little bit ahead of rookie teammate and Mateo Calderon, just able to continue to pull away as this one stands. Gap now sits at about 3 car lengths, and it could grow even more, but you saw Kaminsky elbows out. He was adamant about making moves there. And that was one of the biggest talking points that I had yesterday with Tony Saragusa. It says, look, when I asked him, right, you know, you have so many guys out there on the racetrack at the same time. What do you do? What do you tell them? And he's like, man, I don't really tell them much. All I say is, look, go out there and fight, but just don't kill each other. It's easier said than done more often than not, right? But he says, look, they're all racing drivers. Everybody's out here to win. If you're not, then there's a problem. You probably are in the wrong sport. And you're seeing just that, right, out of Lex Keegan Kaminsky, making moves a lap ago on his teammates and now making moves to get himself up to 2nd. And you see just that. He had to go. He knows he has pace at hand, knows he has pace in that 465. So what do? You start to show it. You start to make moves like he did in turn 1. And now he's within a shot of making a move on Archer Eversman for the lead of this race.
I will say, I do wonder if Race Control might take a look at that maneuver into turn 1 between himself and Cameron Perry. I think maybe a bit over-ambitious and might have compromised his teammate. But either way, he has come to life as he's gone to P2, as the battle for P3 looks to be continuing as Perry tries to undig himself. Correction, that is the battle for P5. As very ambitious move there from the 421, I believe. That is, so it's picking up. We're almost at the halfway point in this race. The tires are starting to fall off a little bit now. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see who's got the better kart over the heat race rather than over one lap.
Yeah, and again, this is just a little bit of a preview potentially to the main event tomorrow, because look, a long race, you got to have long run pace at hand, and that's really the name of the game, right? When you talk about these qualifying heats, just go out there, pick up points. Pick up as many of them as you can and see what you can do with it later on in the weekend. As now Kaminsky looking at turn number 1 on Archer Eversman. He's going to get it done. And to the lead of the race for Keegan Kaminsky on the Formula Works GFC. Further back, Stamps now starting to close in on Mateo Calderon.
That GFC looks just about as perfect as you could ask for. Would you expect anything less with Gary Carlton on site from the Formula Works team? That Kaminsky kart is flying at the moment, although I would imagine we'll see Archer Eversman at least bend the knee for the time being to see if maybe those two can break away. I think the battle here is going to be between P3, between Calderon and Stamps.
Yeah, they had already swapped. Johnny Stamps just got past Mateo Calderon there, Dean. So again, didn't waste too much time. The first opportunity Johnny got, he took it, and into 3rd for that driver. As now we look in, Archer Eversman look over the shoulder as they work their way on this little short chute out of turn 13 into 14 and into the S's. look, I'd be really surprised to see any passing here throughout the weekend with how much these drivers have to slow into the corners and just very, very tight radius throughout those S's as they work their way out of turn 19 and onto the front stretch here. But this, no surprises, right? Turn number 1 with the drafting opportunities at hand. You'll see a lot of passes. There is Perry looking on the inside of Calderon, looking to get through for 4th. They're still side by side. Calderon still on the outside. Perry looking to get by, and along with them, Cordon's going to go through for 4th.
He's angry. Cameron Perry is coming to life here in the 474 GFC, provisionally making himself back up into P4. Unfortunately, as we got a driver off in the back, hard to see what the number was on that go-kart. It was one of the Axis Motorsports cars. But for the moment, I think, unfortunately for Mr. Perry, the time has run out to go get that race win. I think at best he's probably going to get P3. Fastest car on the racetrack last time by was Matthew Cagle at a 14.4. So still some pretty good life left in these tires if you can manage it.
Yeah, and I think that could have been Ian Kim, unfortunately, the driver who went off the racetrack in the 478. Like, he took a little bit of an off-track excursion, and we will get an official ID when possible here as to which driver went 4 tires into the gravel and off the racetrack there. That being said, this front group still all sitting about a car length away from each other. But this time by 2 laps to go, and if there's any time to go, if you're Archer Eversman, you're getting close to it. Down and into the steering wheel. He's going to wait. Wasn't close enough this time by into turn number 1, but Kaminsky knows it. Probably going to have to put on some defensive maneuvers to hold on to this one.
Really, really got to think about this through. Is it worth risking? Guys, we saw with the minis earlier on, you could be fighting for the lead and go for what might look like a relatively calm maneuver, but any sort of contact could tip you around and could ruin your plans for this weekend. Maybe some discretion over valor, but then again, you know, the prize of a first heat race to get to start on pole for Heat 2 today is the wonderful over-under. Not quite going to get there for Archer Eversman, but still, I think there's your answer. We're going to see a fight for the win here.
And it's getting close here with a lap and a half to go. Eversman on the outside, looking to set up a crossover on Kaminsky. Once again, Kaminsky is going to put himself further to the bottom here. Eversman half a cart width up with no way by. And we talked about these S's, just setting yourself up to turn number 1. Try and set up a move there. But again, don't be surprised if we get a surprise move throughout those S's. This time by, white flag flies. 1 lap to go, and Kaminsky with his head on a swivel looking over the shoulder. Perry further back looking to go on Johnny Stamps. Perry's going to get through for 3rd.
Just not enough grip on the outside of turn 1 just yet, or maybe not. Nobody just brave enough yet is going to try to peek to the outside for Archer Eversman. Not quite going to get there. I believe his next best opportunity is going to be over-undering on the inside of 9. We heard maybe there was some mechanic saying that the inside of turn 5, this corner, the hairpin, the slowest corner on the racetrack, could be a potential overtaking opportunity, but that'd be a lot of risk. But I will say any potential pass from here on out is going to bring Cameron Perry right into this.
As they work their way up now into turn number 9, and you see with Kaminsky continuing to defend, Perry's now in the picture. The same for Johnny Stamps, and don't count out Cordon just yet. He's right there in 5th, just ready to pounce whenever possible. Kaminsky to the bottom once again. Eversman follows, because now he has 2 other GFCs right behind him. Eversman looking, not going to happen into turn 14 as we work our way into the S's. Kaminsky still leads. And it's a long shot for Eversman to find a way by. I don't think he's going to get it. And Kaminsky made moves happen when they needed to. On the front stretch, just has to hold on. And he will. Kaminsky's going to win qualifying heat race number 1 in KA Senior.
I think you can see it there. Look how many karts are in that shot. You know, you never know what happens in the middle of these races. Lots of battling happens. I think realistically, we've got about 15 guys that if they play their cards right could probably go for the win here this afternoon. A great drive from Keegan Kaminsky. Shout out to Cameron Perry. A really, really solid recovery drive there from the California-based driver. But it's colorblind at the front. It's all white and black for Keegan Kaminsky, and that is heat number 1 in the books.
And how about the drive for the 416 of Matthew Cagle? 7 spots gained in that race to get himself up to 6th. And as well, Keegan Kaminsky gained 6 spots throughout that qualifying heat race to come away with the victory when it was all said and done. But the Formula Works GFC machine starting off on the right foot. to close off qualifying heat race number 1. Coming up next, it's Pro and Heritage getting ready to go green.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today. Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser. We're getting ready to go green here for qualifying heat race number 1 in between the pros and the heritage drivers. Sergey Karamaselli getting ready to lead this field to green with Caden O'Connor starting alongside him on row number 1. Then you go back to Tanner Cordon and Marcus Roche Grajales on row number 2.
It is, Tony Gomez leads the heritage drivers, as well as Roman Thivien and Andre Isaac is at the back of the field for your heritage drivers. I would imagine this is going to be the Karamaselli show. That kart looks so good, not only just over one lap, but over multiple laps. And as mentioned, tire management and consistency is the key here. We'll see if Caden O'Connor, Tanner Corden, and Marcus Roche. Sorry, my tongue decided to betray me.
Grajales there.
Grajales, thank you. We'll see if they can do anything about the SoCal-based Sergey Karamaselli.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here as Andre Isaac getting ready to start at the back of the field on the Techno kart. But again, anything can happen throughout these races. Look, as fast as Sergey Karamaselli has been, when you look back at the main event in round number 4, it was Aiden Aquino leading after a radiator started leaking. Any little bit can change and flip these races upside down. But Karamaselli getting ready to lead this field to green. He's on the inside. O'Connor is on the outside. Green flag flies, and we're underway in Pro and Heritage.
Not nearly as aggressive of a chop from there on the outside as I say that. Around the outside goes Caden O'Connor. A huge move and maybe a statement of intent there from the American driver, and very quickly asserts himself in the race lead. These karts are absolutely flying around here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these drivers going almost the exact same speed as they went in qualifying, but a shot across the bow, so to speak, for Caden O'Connor.
Yeah, and Karamaselli just moved to the high side there, looking to make the move, looking to prevent the move, I should say, and Caden O'Connor just able to rip the high side, getting himself clear. And you mentioned it earlier, right? The outside, if you're able to get a good punch off and you're able to really read where the pole sitter is getting ready to start and to punch off, really, you can really take advantage of that by making a move on the outside. But it's not a runaway just yet for Caden O'Connor. Karamaselli is starting to close in. Grajales there is in 4th with Tanner Cordon in the 3rd spot, just kind of sitting there at the moment, just waiting for the top 2 to start to fight so the 2 of them can get themselves into the mix here. This time by on the front stretch out of turn 19, it's going to be O'Connor to lead us after 1 lap, but Karamaselli's right there on the inside. You talk about the draft there, Dean. What a way to get it done. Karamaselli back to the lead, and O'Connor's not going to make it easy. He's looking to go right back by into turn number 3. They're side by side with a fighting hand here in Pro.
Oh no! That is the 4th place driver of Marcus Roche. God, my goodness. Grajales going around here at the back of the field. Unfortunately, I think Caden O'Connor knows you cannot allow Karamaselli to get away here. Got to make sure that you put him in the most compromising position possible, and I'd say that was pretty compromised.
Yeah, it was compromising for sure. It looked like he got a bump from behind from Cordon there in the middle of the corner, which didn't kind of help his case all too much, and again, just opened up the gap a little bit and making that move in a turn number 1. Look, with as fast as Karamaselli has been, for O'Connor to respond right there in a turn number 3, that's exactly what you have to do when you've been chasing this driver for the majority of the weekend, right? You talk about the practice sessions, the timers are always on the rest of the competitors, and again, they know the speed Karamaselli's had throughout the practice sessions and how fast he's been, and that was perfect there for him to get that move done. There's a look at it there. It looked like Grajales was looking to make a move just into the side of him there. It was on the inside. That kind of knocked Cordon a little bit out of shape, but he was able to hold on, and Grajales, unfortunately, facing the wrong way around just into that lap. Fastest lap, though, does go the way of Caden O'Connor up at the front, and Karamaselli still looking for a way by this time. You got to assume turn number 1, he's going to try it again, and now going to know how to defend.
I think O'Connor is using his leverage to the advantage. Oh, you think you're so fast? You think you're so good? Come take it. Come prove it. And I think, unfortunately, as well, Sergey Karamaselli needs to understand that this is not do or die. You know, he's a young driver. I'm sure a very talented driver, but you don't need to throw it all away here. I think he's gonna take this nice and easy. See if O'Connor's gonna make an opportunity for him here. That Kart Republic is absolutely on rails, no matter how far away O'Connor seems to be able to get. Caramelli comes right back to him. And I think we're about to see another repeat here at turn number 1.
Yeah, but this one probably going to look a little bit different, right? If you're Caramelli, what do you do differently this time around to hold on to the lead of this race? Out of turn number 19 now, O'Connor with a look over the shoulder. Knows Caramelli's going to try it again. He's going to put himself to the bottom. And now if you're Caramelli, do you try the high side? Do you look for it? He doesn't. He's going to stay in line. But up to turn number 3, this could be another opportunity. Potentially, it's not going to be, and O'Connor defends it perfectly here on lap number 3.
I was going to say the pressure is now on O'Connor to essentially run a perfect heat race from here on out. I don't think Caramelli is going to be more than a kart length off the back of that Axis Motorsports kart in the race lead. And still, Tanner Corden, not too far back of these two. If they decide to keep fighting, I'm sure that would bring the LN driver right back into this, as it's very interesting to see the different lines that these two are taking through. Most of the corners, it seems like Caramelli is taking a much narrower, very almost shifter kart-esque line, whilst Caden O'Connor is doing a bit more dirt track, doing the big U's. It's the U's versus the V's here at the front of the field.
Yeah, just looking to make moves whenever or wherever they're available, really. As Caramelli now just right on the rear bumper there, Caden O'Connor following as closely as possible. And again, you got to think, right? There's got to be some level, potentially, of dirty air that's really hindering some of these drivers. I think more so in turn number 1 when they're in the corner, that might affect the driver in second.
Wow.
And now Caramelli going to put it to the bottom of the racetrack there.
Wow.
O'Connor looked to defend. Not enough. Caramelli's going to get through. And now O'Connor, with no response this time around, he's going to look for it now out of turn number 3 into 4, side by side in between the leaders. And O'Connor's not going to give it up easy here, Dean.
I'm grinning ear to ear watching this. We saw Caramelli with the rear tires smoking sideways into turn number 1. A beautifully played recovery there from O'Connor. And as mentioned, this is going to bring Corden right back into it as we're only halfway into this race.
Yeah, and these two are definitely delivering at the moment, right? And again, second time of asking for Caramelli. Second time you've been denied. Last time it was into turn number 3. This time it was into turn number 4. What more can you do? What do you got to do differently to look to hold on to the lead of this race? And this is really just learning if you're in the 604, right? What can I do better now? He responded in a 3. He responded in a 4. Now, what do you try differently? What do you do differently as this one progresses?
I think all you got to do if you're Caramelli is make sure you get the lead and then park the bus until you can get at least through the hairpin where everything kind of settles back out where you can't get back over under. But here we go. Round number 3 going into turn number 1. He's going to try the clean side of the racetrack. Not quite going to get there. I think he's going to try to set himself up to dive into 3. Just not close enough just yet. Maybe the over-under going into X-Flex. O'Connor is playing this perfectly at the moment.
And Caramelli, turn number 9 has been another one of the biggest passing zones. You haven't tried it yet. What does that look like if you do want to go for it this time around as they work their way out of turn number 5 and down the hill into turn number 6, now up to 7. And this is where the run is important. Get cleanly out of turn number 8. And what do you have in a turn number 9? But O'Connor just able to keep that Axis Kart Sport OTK as wide as possible, not allowing Caramelli to even sniff the lead here in this one.
I will say very aggressive but very, very respectful racing between these two very young, talented drivers. I think, unfortunately, as long as we can get to the S's here at the top of the circuit, it's pretty much as good as gone, at least until start-finish, until you get to turn number 1. So take a breather if you're O'Connor, and then get ready for round number 4 as we make our way down the front straightaway.
Yeah, and this one's getting close here. Should be 2 laps to go this time by, 6 completed, or it should be the next time by. But O'Connor, again, at the bottom of the racetrack, and with all this defensive action, Cordon is right back into frame. Caramelli around the outside, looking into turn number 1. He's not going to get it.
Dumbfounded, flabbergasted, incredible move there from Caramelli. Couldn't quite stick it around the outside. But that's the kind of moves that we're going to be looking at later on today, you know, like, and especially in the later heat races of this afternoon. How badly do you want these wins? How badly do you want these points to set yourself up for a successful superheat? And I tell you what, I'd imagine Caramelli is using his stuff up way more than I think he would have wanted or imagined.
Well, you're following closely, right? You're having to brake a little bit sooner, a little bit harder into some of these corners. And when you talk about this press of tire that has been, you know, hard to manage throughout 3 qualifying heats and then a superheat tomorrow, that is something to keep an eye on if you're in the drive of the 604. How much do you want to fight? We're only in qualifying heat race number 1. at the moment. And again, you got to think big picture. You got to think about the long run here with how much graining we have seen so far throughout this weekend. But I'm sure Karamselli is going to want to end this one in the highest place possible, and that's going to be for the win. And this time by, white flag will fly. Last time around, Karamselli tried it on the outside. He's going to try it again. They're side by side, headed up the hill into turn number 1. O'Connor still side by side, bang tires, and O'Connor stays in the lead.
O'Connor is sending a message. You're not going to get this one so easy. You might be so quick over one lap, but needless to say, O'Connor will not be backing down.
Yeah, he's not going to, again, he's going to make it as hard as possible for Karamselli here. And that's exactly what you got to do there, right? Just keep yourself ahead of the rest of the field. As now Cordon starting to close in. Karamselli still right there, about a car length away from Caden O'Connor for the lead of this race. Further back in the Heritage Division, it's Ramon Thieven who's in the lead. Tony Gomez is in second, and then Andre Isaac in third of their respective race. But up at the front here, O'Connor has a little bit of look down low, opens back up, and that should seal it for the 619 to come away with this one. But what a drive, what a defensive masterclass out of Caden O'Connor, if you will. Checkered flag flies, not over just yet. It's going to be a big ask for Sergey across the line. They're side by side, but O'Connor is going to hold on. Karamselli in second, Cordon, your top three. Roche Grajales, and then further back, Ramon Thieven, Tony Gomez still battling it out here. Thieven, the driver, up ahead. Gomez right there. And they're going to continue to fight as this one goes on.
I think what we just saw with Karamselli and O'Connor is a preview of Sunday specifically, as we got a battle coming to the line. We'll see if it will be as close. I don't think quite going to get there for Gomez. Not to be. Oh, he did get him. How about that? By a 100th of a second. Gomez will steal the win away in Heritage. But once again, photo finishes galore. We'll see, especially come later today and on Sunday. It's going to be nothing but flash bulbs coming to the finish line.
Yeah, again, what a drive out of Caden O'Connor, getting himself nice and cleanly through that race to hold on to the lead and hold on to the win there. Sergey Karamselli tried it, and again, anything can happen in those races. And Caden O'Connor played that perfectly in this race, and I'm sure he's gonna look. We heard from Sergey after the qualifying session. Now at the end of qualifying heat race, Caden O'Connor, I'm excited to hear what he's got to say after that defensive masterclass he just put on at the end of this one. That being said, the 619 getting it done. Karamselli across the line in second. You see they're shaking the hands of two, delivering a great battle in this one. And here's a look at the Shop AKR replay at this race. Look, what a way to get this one done. This start right here, one of the ones to watch, and across the line, really able to get it done. This move right here, look, able to kind of get into the back of each other out of turn number 3. This is where they're going through. They're side by side right here, Dean, and just right here, that's where there's contact in between these two drivers of Cordon and Sergey Karamselli. Just kind of getting to the back of him, got a little loose there, which didn't help Karamselli throughout that corner. And then right there, just contact further back with Grajales, just getting into the back of Cordon. The two of them getting together, and that didn't help Grajales' case. He went around there and unfortunately facing the wrong way around. And we look for the battle for the lead here. Side by side, time and time again, where Karamselli defended in an over-under move right there. O'Connor just able to get right on the inside of Sergey Karamselli, able to get it done there. And this move right here, you thought about just halfway through this corner, Karamselli had it, done and dusted, not going to happen. O'Connor holds on, and just time and time again, O'Connor finding a way to respond and keeping himself out in front of this pack. And here, this is where it just got close, and the two of them wheel-to-wheel contact, and after that, the only thing that we saw was a checkered flag, and that fell the way of Caden O'Connor, who's standing by with our very own Jackson Lambros.
Force this weekend. Talk to me about that duel, because that was lap after lap of just throwing haymakers.
Yeah, I mean, I know Sergey's, he's an extremely fast driver, and I knew I needed to, make it even for myself. I knew I needed to get to front right away and, just defend, because if I let him get any amount of free time, I knew he'd just find his rhythm and just pull away, and so I knew I just needed to get in front of him, throw him off his rhythm a bit, just do whatever I can to stay in front of him.
I think we were maybe seeing finally the sliding point for the Praces there when we got the twin sticks going out. I'm hoping we're going to be able to see you guys go side by side for the rest of the weekend. Do you think the Praces are going to allow it?
No, I don't. I'm not sure. We'll see. I think we'll just look at the data and try to find a little more in the go-kart, so I don't have to do that much work to the tires to keep them nice by the time, the end of the day, and by the time the superheat rolls around. So we'll see. We'll keep digging.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Caleb?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir Jackson. Good to hear there from Caden O'Connor, just able to hold on to it there. But that's it for the first half of the day. Qualifying heat race number 1, done and dusted for all 4 of our classes, or all 5, I should say, with the Heritage and the Pros being mixed together. That being said, just a little over an hour of a lunch break here. We'll be back later on today. 1:45 is when we go green for Mini U10 and Mini. You're watching Kart Chasers live action of the Champions of the Future America Series. We'll see you in an hour's time for qualifying heat race number 2 and qualifying heat race number 3.
Mini and Mini U10 pilots ready to take to the grid for heat number 2. We're a stone's throw away from Sin City and in the shadows of the Super Nationals here at Spring Mountain Karting Complex. It's Champion of the Future America Series first round outside of K1 Circuit Winchester. It's our kind of excursion out from the Golden State. It's Kart Chasers maiden time out here. We have been blown away with the quality of this course, the quality of this staff, and what could very well be a new home for national karting here in America. We're ready to go here, though. Heat number 2 for your Mini U10 and Minis. Jackson Lambros here in the broadcast booth alongside Dean Helt. Had to get in and get some shade on me. I think we'll have a rotating cast here throughout the Saturday afternoon. But it is indeed Maddox Carlucci on pole position here. Dino, he had a scary moment there in heat number 1.
Indeed, just incidental contact. But that's all it takes, just a little bit of argy-bargy, a miscommunication with another one of the drivers, and unfortunately he will have hemorrhaged a couple of points that he probably would have otherwise not liked to have given up. But still, 2 more heat races to go today. Should be plenty of time to get those points back.
Haven't talked about it too much this weekend, but we'll be the first to remind you, double points being handed out this weekend. Game plan originally was, I think, to do a doubleheader. However, Champions of the Future made the ultimate agreement there that logistically I don't think that was going to be possible. So instead, handing out double the points here throughout the weekend, and that's a flat multiplier on all of the points being handed out, whether it's the heats, whether it's the payout at the Super Heat Saturday or Sunday morning, and of course the main event coming your way Sunday afternoon. So for everyone trying to close that gap to Kendall West, that championship fight has to start right now. And for Asher Bazanski on the outside, Maddox Carlucci getting his first win a couple weeks back. You've got a lot of guys trying to get one back in the win column here for the first time this season. That includes Bazanski, that includes Ben Tavi, just a little bit further behind the fellow Nash teammate. We'll see if anyone can bring the fight to Weston Wagner. We'll have to wait another lap.
Yeah, I think a little bit too much shock, a couple of heads going back there towards the end of that lap as we were coming to the green. So just one more lap, let the kiddos figure it out, and we should be good to go here in about a minute's time. So, I mean, it's been all Maddox Carlucci out in the front here. Obviously had the incident early on in the first heat, but still, I would imagine they will, for the most part this race, they will all be chasing the number 205.
We'll run you through the grid here one more time. It's Maddox Carlucci on pole. We'll be starting alongside Asher Bazanski, the competition speed factory kart, Ben Tavi, and Lachlan Postle further back in that GFC machine. Lachlan making his Champions of the Future debut. Kendall West, our championship points leader further back. Then it's your pole sitter in Mini U10, Dan Dukalescu, and the password, Sebastian Machajastic for Precision Works, making up row 5 overall. But again, that front row provisionally for the U10 division. August Stringer, Aaron Cernavante, and Colin Loys round out your top 10. Then it's Lucas Freitas Mello, Vettel Baker coming over from the Lone Star State, TSRS regular coming over to dip his toes in some Champions of the Future action. Doran Pascucci, Landry Doreen, Jackson Von Freckleton, and Carson Bishop. Privateer team in the 116 round out your field of, I believe, 18 or 19 here. Always a good turnout with the cadets here in what is level 1 for national karting. You can see Bazanski on the outside right now telling everybody to check up. They want a slow roll to the restart here.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion as to where the restart zone is. Reminder, the leader does not determine when the race begins. It is the flagger on the inside or outside of the circuit. So as much as you'd love to be Maddox Carlucci there in P1, still, if the outside line can get formed up a little better, we've seen, especially with the moves from Caden O'Connor, you can stick it around the outside. There is grip out there. Just going to depend which one of these drivers wants to take that gamble.
Whether you're joining us here trackside at the tent or watching on your couch here, checking in after a day full of racing action already in Indiana with the Stars Championship Series, we are stoked to have you with us. It's Carlucci and Bazanski on the front row. We're going to try it one more time here to go for 6 laps of green flag action. And we got the green flag out. We've got a race in Mini and Mini U10. It's a great start for Carlucci, but you look a little bit further back. Tavi had a peek to the inside. Asher Bazanski tucking in into turn 1, and a couple going very wide. Carson Bishop, Laurie Donahue going very wide through T1, but instantly here, Dino, 2-car breakaway.
Yeah, Asher Bazanski and Maddox Carlucci, an absolutely perfectly executed start. Really well timed as the outside line completely fell apart. Coming to the green flag. It looks like this, at least early on, is going to be a race between the 205 and the 213, but obviously can't rule out Kendall West, who was so fast in that first heat race. She came up a little bit short from picking up the ultimate victory for herself. We'll definitely keep an eye on the 211 going forward, as well as the 214 of Lachlan Postel.
We always talk about it with these minis, right? No rev limiter, such a small aerodynamic profile. And what that means is these things draft so strong compared to anything full cart size, right? You can get phenomenal runs coming out of corners. And talking to a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams of all age groups, of all chassis sizes, there's only a handful of times this lap where you're actually on the binders. And I think even less so when you're running here with this 60cc air-cooled engine. What I'm trying to get at is here, if they continue to go bumper to bumper, you look a little bit further back. Ben Tavi, Kendall West, I think Lachlan Postel making up a few spots there. Won't be long before this freight train fully reassembles.
No, not at all. But at the same time, you know, if you're sitting in P3 and you get people battling behind you, that will allow the top two or whoever is ahead to break away. You've got to move there at the inside. I believe that might have been Kendall West going up there into position 4 or position number 5. So some battling behind. These drivers need to think big picture here. Got to make sure you do not let the top two run away.
Dan Dugalescu with the pop out there, trying to make that move on Lachlan Postel. He'll move up into P4. Kendall West. Or excuse me, Dugalescu up into P5. Kendall West into P4. Maddox Carlucci still your leader right now. Purple lap to get us started, 123.633. And then, of course, Asher Bazanski giving chase further back. That competition speed factory kart machine. Been a phenomenal weekend so far for the Bazanski family to get started. Obviously, older brother Diesel on pole position in KA100. He'll be starting P1 for heat number 2 coming up right after this. But it's been Asher of the family who's really been able to extract that pace first early on in the season. 2 podiums to his name here for Mini and Mini U10. Getting the season started. But you really look, it's been, for the most part, Dan Dugalescu, Kendall West, and really Maddox Carlucci. It's been those 3 out in front. And more often than not, I believe the first 3 rounds, it was Kendall West as your winner. And then we got to, some different people at the top step of the podium as we see another move here for Dugalescu, trying to make that run to the inside of Tavi. That'll be a done deal for P4s. I believe that was actually Postel, there in the 214. But case in point, very similar people out in front, this maybe being the first big weekend we see a shakeup and with double points up for grabs. No better time for us to see that new group out in front.
And on top of that, some drivers from Southern California, they're making their first trip out to the Spring Mountain Raceway Motorsports Park Extravaganza. This place has everything you could possibly ask for. So maybe a limited notebook for some of these drivers. It's not only a track that tests your driving capabilities or your physical capabilities, but also how quickly can you adapt to a new kind of racetrack. Something that is not at all even remotely similar to what we see in Winchester at K1 Circuit.
Mad Max out in front, back in cruise control. That's a half a second gap now between himself and Asher Bazanski. A little bit of a check back there as we saw. Good run so far for Lachlan Postel all over the rear bumper now of Kendall West. You see West a little bit further out in front. Brand new suit for her, the purple shoulders and pink shoulders, blue legs. And you would be easily forgiven if you thought that was Braden Wagner, as we've got a lot of lime green helmets in GFCs this weekend. That has been a common theme for the Formula Works tent and has definitely caught myself, Caleb, Nate off a handful of times. But case in point, the GFC man, the top GFC man, trying to fight right now for that bottom step of the podium.
Lachlan Postel, new fastest lap, 22.444 for the Formula Works Gary Carlton supported driver. I believe there should still be plenty of time to go after Maddox Carlucci for the race win here, but he is running out quick, fast, and in a hurry, and going to have to go through the very, very quick Kendall West first before anything. And also a reminder, it's getting warm here. Temperatures have peaked at 81 degrees, and all that black tarmac is going to be absorbing all that heat. So track temp likely probably in the triple digits. So got to be careful you don't start sliding, and maybe these are some conditions that these drivers haven't experienced yet thus far this weekend.
Watch Postel a little bit further back here as we work our way into Sector 3. He's been the only one really doing mad science here. West's been glued to the tracks of Bazanski in front of him, but you see Postel here, Dino, has been so shallow on entry and has found grip there as well, but has still not been able to really get through. You see Bazanski out in front a couple moments ago. You saw that point forward. He's trying to close that now 1.1 second gap to Carlucci. I'm not sure these two kids behind really want to cooperate.
Lachlan's going to have an interesting decision here as we got 2 to go from the starter stand. We may even have a 3-wide situation here at turn number 1. Hopefully some discretion over valor, as it looks like Kendall West is going to look not quite going to get there in time to make a move on Asher Bazanski. But the race is on here for P2, and as mentioned, the wind has also picked up a little bit here, so there's quite a headwind going into turn number 1, which, as we've seen in multiple races, has made for some very interesting finishes, but also to note, like we saw in X30 Pro, Sergei Karamiselli, he was running a very narrow, almost shifter kart-esque line, like running really, really, really tight lines, whereas Caden O'Connor was really hanging it out, doing big U's through the corner. So it's interesting to see that kind of development even in the little karts. Here we go. Kendall West looking up the inside and booked it. Little Rob Howard chat out there. Through goes as well for Lachlan Postel.
Late move there, but good heads-up driving there from Asher, making sure that there wasn't a full interlock of the wheels there as Postel goes through for P3. And Asher, who had such a strong run there to get us started, has not been able to answer. This man out in front, Maddox Carlucci, in the 2:05. Kendall's been in this position a handful of times before. He is no stranger to closing large gaps at K1 Circuit in Winchester, has done so at halfway home. At this point, though, especially with maybe not too much help there from that fellow GFC behind Apostle, I've got a feeling it's going to be too little too late here to close that gap to Maddox Carlucci.
Yeah, we'll see if she opts to go defensive. She's going to leave the inside open. Interesting, maybe not expecting such a big run up the inside, but there you go. Lachlan Postel up into P2. We saw, realistically, these were the top 3 all fighting it out in the first heat race. Obviously, that little incident kind of put a bit of a damper on the day for Maddox Carlucci, although he has responded more than healthfully, I should say, as it looks like he's only going to be about a half a lap away from bringing home this heat race. But also, Asher Pazanski showing that he may have some speed towards Heat 2 and Heat 3. It's not always what you can do when the tires are good. Maybe just needed the tires to melt a little bit.
He was pedaling a lot to try and stay in that lead contention for heat number 1. Bazanski is, look at this, Kendall West inside, now outside through turn 13. We'll have the exit. Postel not going to fight it. He'll hang it on the outside as we work our way into the S's. This plays right into the hands of Asher Bazanski. He goes to the inside. There's a little bit of contact as West gets pushed up the track. They go side pod to side pod once again. Postel going to try and get the breakaway now. Oh, this is a phenomenal battle here for a good handful of points as these guys continue to try and set the stage for the superheat tomorrow morning. Big slide from Bazanski trying to get that 3rd place spot, but for Maddox Carlucci, it has been cruise control. A far cry from the drama we saw in heat number 1. He will see the checkered flag with eons separating himself, and Postel will take the victory in qualifying heat number 2. Look over the shoulder for Postel, and a great recovery drive there for the GFC pilot. And Kendall West in the 211 with obviously Precision Works and GFC sharing tents. That'll be a GFC 3-4. And Asher Bazanski so close, looked really, really strong on that last lap to maybe get himself on the podium. But mentioned it before the powder keg kind of exploded there. I think maybe asked a little bit too much of those prices in heat number 1.
You do have to manage them. And once again, once you start sliding these tires, they do not tend to stop sliding. So very clean, very respectful drivers here from our youngsters. And I believe we're sending it off to commercial break. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on
Qualifying Heat 2 on track here for KA100 Junior. And it has been a phenomenal weekend so far to get started for that man on the inside, Diesel Bazanski. But Troy Ferguson on a flyer of a start made the move on lap number 2 and did not look back behind the wheel of that Bennick. See if he is able to go 2 for 2, if Bazanski can potentially respond. Let's find out. Let's go racing in KA100 Junior. Everybody shuffling to the inside. Bazanski with the inside will hold that advantage. Ferguson trying to slot in for P2. We'll get there as the Nash guys go side by side further back.
Super clean racing. Really not even any aggressive Euro swerves or chops, all clean and green here at the front. So Diesel Bazanski and Troy Ferguson will be the early leaders of this race. However, really it's going to be combating the long run speed of Troy Ferguson. As quick as he is over 1 lap, he also has the speed over multiple laps. So it's going to be all 329. We'll see if anybody's got anything for the youngster.
Daniel Ramirez leading the rest of them. That's a big send to the inside from Aaron Spears. That's your championship contender. Now in the middle of that sandwich, that GFC of Braden Wagner. And look at this. We talked about a phenomenal comeback drive from Sebastian Hauser in the GFC, or excuse me, in the HRT machine. Going back up to P3. Looks like he got swamped a little bit on the restart as well. I believe is maybe just on the bubble of the top 10. But you look at another phenomenal start there. Aaron Spears, the Flying Scotsman, leading him further back. That's a gutsy move from that Precision Works machine.
Well, we've been wondering this whole weekend when or if it would be possible to pass with the S's, and I think we just got our first answer. A very aggressive move there from Sebastian Hauser, your championship leader. So, clean and green on the first lap here. I would imagine we'll see some new cast members show up at the front. These teams have had some time to massage on these setups, maybe getting that notebook filled out a little bit more. and I wonder if maybe some teams will have adjusted better than others.
Missed it at the front of the field, but move. Troy Ferguson back to the sharp end of the field as well. Brzezinski down into P2. That'll be Daniel Ramirez now in P3 for Access Kart Sport. And looking a little bit further back, Aaron Spears, Braden Wagner, Sebastian Hauser getting 2 more now. Improves to P6, making those moves on Declan and Luis as he tries to now close that gap and maybe make it a slightly larger battle out in front. But man, you look at the raw pace that Troy Ferguson has had behind the wheel of that Benek. He has been hard to beat here in Vegas.
It is impeccably incredible to see the pace of this youngster. I mean, you see everybody else kind of hanging out of their go-karts and whatnot, but just all very, very small movements. I mean, like very, very textbook stuff from Troy Ferguson. They've got that Benek absolutely hooked up and whatnot, but Daniel Ramirez might be making a move here to move himself up into P2. I think when you're seeing that gold cart slowly move away from the front of the train, you start getting a little bit antsy, and for sure you start looking back a little bit. So I wonder if maybe before too long we'll see a fight here for P2.
Team Kartnik, being an open tent team, will service and support any kart you roll in. And Troy was not comfortable with the OTK he was driving, was much preferring what he was driving at the national level with his friends over at Team Benek. Mom and Dad asked if we could maybe get a chassis rolled over from Florida, and I believe round 2 they were able to get it in his hands. And since then, it really has felt like something has unlocked in the gold chip here, because whether it's further back in dirty air, in the wash, or out in front, he has been so confident and so capable of building gaps, which is so difficult in this KA package. But you saw it earlier on with maybe a little bit of help from this guy right here, Sebastian Hauser, really making some moves to get back to the sharper end of the field. But case in point, Troy Ferguson already with a handful of podiums under his belt and a victory in round number 3, looking to add 1 more to the win column.
I think unfortunately maybe these HRT guys have maybe not hit the ground running quite the way that they would have wanted to. Some of these teams have upwards of almost 15 or 20 drivers, and I believe HRT said yesterday they've got 3 carts, they've got only 3 horses in the races here this weekend. So very limited data pool at a track that I would imagine the notebook is pretty smart. So I want to look at the lap times here. Pretty much everybody, I mean, you could literally, from Troy Ferguson in the lead all the way down to about Reef Sherry in 15th, all of these drivers within 2/10.
I think you got to remember, though, Dean, it's a very busy time of the year, right? A lot of these guys coming down from Sonoma last year for round number 3 of PKC, and then you rewind the clock back a little bit further. You've got a lot of guys, HRT. I know Formula works with commitments in Tri-C, obviously a handful of different stuff at the national level. You don't necessarily have a singular week off, and even though the teams are leaving the tent open, a lot of families, a lot of drivers don't necessarily have that ability, right? Whether it's time or whether it's in capital, to go out and go racing every single weekend. But case in point, it is a small tent this weekend for Kyle Hayner's program out of Central California. But for Sebastian Hauser and company, they are proving that it is still indeed packing a big punch. Good run here on the main straightaway to end lap number 4, and has now found himself to the rear bumper of his championship rival, Braden Wagner.
You know, a brief view back to the past about a lap ago when I said the whole field was within 2/10. Troy Ferguson just went 2/10 faster than I believe even the second fastest lap. Arguably even 3/10. Aaron Spears, the second fastest that lap at a 15.8. Troy Ferguson goes ahead and drops to 15.6. The long run speed of that Benek kart, I think, is just completely unmatched. There are some, especially at the front, that I think can match his outright pace over 1 lap. But the time that we get to lap 4, when these tires are supposed to fall off, is when we see that 329 come to life.
It's been a repeating topic every single time we've gotten on the mic for Champs of the Future. This price of tire being so volatile to the temperature, being a driver's tire, right? Having a lot of dynamic attributes to it, and really, really changing, not just throughout the course of a weekend, but really throughout the course of a session. And, you know, coming off around number 4, it finally got it got to maybe the point where we were finally understanding it, as that's one of the Nash Motorsports machines getting offline. Case in point, I think we're hitting the reset button here And you're seeing a lot of guys really struggle. That's a late lunge further back. Aaron Spears, I think, trying to make that move for P2
railroaded. Oh, no.
on Daniel. And a lot of guys going offline further back. Oh, trouble. I believe that might have been Jet Whipple. And Luis getting tangled up a little bit further back.
Oh dear. Unfortunately, that is the danger, right? The turn one is a very fast banked right-hand corner, followed by a very fast flat-out left-hand kink. And unfortunately, looks like one of the Axis Motorsports cards, as well as the National Motorsports machine, has found their way into the barrier. That's the hard part. You know, it gets down to the end of these heat races, and you see the positions right there. Who's going to be the first one to make a move? And unfortunately, I think those GFC cards, as we get a shopakr.com replay at the bottom, yeah, just 3 into 1 does not go.
It's that crossover kind of aspect, right? The immediate flick to the left afterward, and you know you're trying to hold your line, but when you're 3 wide in that scenario, it's like, where can I really go in that scenario?
No, you're just at the mercy of those around you, and hopefully you're not the one that gets spit out.
Great stuff from Aaron Spears here. Remember, round number 2 was consistently on the front row and not able to hold it. It's the other way around this time by, as he's leading the best of the rest. What's this gap going to look like here as the white flag's coming out? 1.13 last time by, about even. Saw another look further back there from Danny Ramirez trying to make that swing on Diesel Bazanski. Still just a little bit of a peek to the inside there through turn number 3, but has not been able to make a move. A little bit further back. Got to talk about him, Seb Hauser. 3 more positions there, capitalizing on that carnage earlier on.
Looks like maybe we've had a couple cards go off as well. This lap at turn number 2, the action sort of kink on this racetrack. And I just want to point out once again, Troy Ferguson, that time by Aaron Spears seems to have almost the exact same pace as Mr. Ferguson. However, the rest of the field is almost over 0.3 slower per lap than the speed of that 329. I think we should start saying it's the gold standard of Mr. Troy Ferguson as we're coming back to the checkered flag here for heat number 2.
Started its life in blue and white, coming from AMR and Homestead, but with some help from the SoCal crew at Team Kartnik and the OC kid behind the wheel. That 329 has got the Midas touch coming out of turn number 19 and will take the checkered flag. Troy Ferguson goes 2 for 2. Bazanski and Ramirez going to drag race further back. Just by the vinyl, I think Bazanski was able to get it there and hang on to P3. And Sebastian Hauser, another recovery drive, I think goes about even from where he rolled off for qualifying. And Braden Wagner again drops down to P5. Bronson Kustis, again, who has been a little bit of a dark horse here, will go back to the Team Kartnik tent and certainly has his work cut out for him as well. Step aside for just a moment. Action set to continue here from Spring Mountain when we return. Getting ready to go here once again for KA100 Senior and qualifying heat number 2. Jackson Lambros alongside Dean Helt. Caleb Vieska with us in the pit lane, who, as a matter of fact, has an update for us.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. I spoke to rookie Mateo Calderon, who's getting ready to lead this field to the green flag in KA100 Senior. And my biggest question to him is, look, what went wrong in heat race number 1 that had you sliding down the order? Mateo Calderon was battling with the entirety of that first qualifying heat race. They got it fixed, and they weren't exactly sure what the issue was, whether it was a debeaded tire, whether it was one of the bead locks. They weren't sure, but they got it fixed up, and they're ready to go racing here in qualifying heat race number 2.
Thanks so much, Caleb. That's good intel, and I mean, for a guy with a, even a slow puncture, he was able to hang on to it fairly well there for heat number 1.
Yeah, surprising to see. I mean, luckily for him at a place like this, the left rear is really what you're looking for. But still, to be able to hang on with I mean, I believe according to the mechanics that we talked to yesterday, the series was recommending that even running as low as 8 pounds in the tires. So maybe having a flat, probably not ideal, but around a place like this where the tires constantly getting worked and that pressure is building all the time, probably was able to retain at least a little bit of pressure. And who knows? Maybe that's going to be the who would have thought not having a flat tire might be the key to unlocking some more pace.
He was losing pressure, but he's got more than plenty just behind. He's alongside your championship points leader, Johnny Stamps, in that Formula Works GFC, and a couple of big names behind Archer Eversman, Aiden Aquino, Harry Cameron for Lakeside Karting as well. But crucially, it's the Axis Kart Sport guy coming off of a victory last weekend in KA100 Junior, who's moving up, playing with the big kids, and is turning and burning with them. Getting ready to go racing here for qualifying heat number 2. Can Archer Eversman, just behind him, give him that healthy push he was looking for as well at the start? We've got a lot of guys offline. The green flag didn't even fly, and we didn't even get the yellow flag out. They knew they were already on the start there.
Yeah, maybe a little too much going on there for some of the drivers trying to game the restart. But for the time being, looks like everyone's going to be A-okay. We'll get it re-racked and reset for you, and we'll try to go again. Always at the front, you're trying to game it, and at the rear, you're trying to game it. In the middle, you may as well try to game it as well. So, fair call from race control, and we'll get them re-racked and reset here.
One kart off to get us started, the 431. And that didn't even get to the loop, so I don't have a name for you guys. Hopefully we'll get that sooner rather than later. And, I mean, a lot of notes you got to look back at. Obviously, the drop for Mateo Calderon. But how about Keegan Kaminsky getting his way up to the sharp end of the field and making big moves to make it happen?
Certainly did make some aggressive moves. I wonder if there's been a conversation with some of the GFC guys. Obviously, not everybody that runs the GFC is under the same tent, but I wonder if maybe there's like a, hey, let's play fair, let's play nice with one another, and make sure that at the end of the race, it's white and black fighting for the checkered flag. Oh, no.
481 with issues, and now another, the 440.
This is Dylan Lee Hallmark, Dylan Lee Hallmark.
One of the PGR Lando Norris machines with issues of their own, and that'll be 2 out before we've even gotten to the green flag. But coming out of turn 19, we'll try it one more time. It's a late stack up here, but again, that timing stripe is so close to the apex, or I guess the turn-in of that opening corner that you've got plenty of time. They're still out of line, but we'll get the green flag.
Wow.
And we'll go racing. Archer Eversman gets his way up. We'll make at least 2 positions there in the whole shot. And the 2 Axis guys up and away as there's a big stack up further back. 3-4 karts offline, kicking up dust there through Sector 1.
It's a go-kart race, but a rallycross event just kicked off here. Looks like race control is going to let this one go. Surprised to see that, but the early leaders are the Axis Motorsports duo of Mateo Calderon and Johnny Saps. As we've got more contact in the 447 and the 482.
That's a pair of Pantanos.
Oh dear, Precision Racing as well. Caught up in this, but looks like we should be okay as there's been a change at the front. That is the 485, I believe, or the 465 of Caden Kaminsky maybe getting shuffled out of line as we make our way to the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, far cry from what we saw earlier on, but he's already trying to make moves there into turn number 13. Yellow flag still out through this part of the racetrack. I'm not sure if we have any other offs.
Full course
and
yellow.
It will be a full course yellow, so no overtaking permitted anywhere on track.
Wonder if race control is calling that start back. I know it was held for a really, really long time as we've got a red flag on the circuit.
So we'll hopefully get an answer for you, but this K100 senior field going to go down to a crawl here. We'll take this moment to step aside. And as soon as we get information here in the booth, we will fill you in. Back in a moment here from Spring Mountain. Kart's still at a crawl here at Spring Mountain. Let's go downstairs, check in quickly with Caleb Vieska.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. The red and yellow is a full course caution. This one, think of it as a safety car procedure. Everybody's going to slow down. We'll wait for the green flag to come back when we come back around, but it'll be a single file restart. Think of this like a safety car procedure.
Very interesting. Not something we've really had. I know SCUSA Pro Tour has implemented something similar in their rules before, but in our 5 goes of doing champions, we have not had that before. A red flag in round number 1, but something very, very new for us. Granted, I believe already the yellow flags might be down here, and I think we'll be going back to green here very shortly.
Surely we're not racing. This is going to be an official, proper restart. Or maybe we are going back again. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I think race control kind of putting the hammer down on the drivers. A little bit too much gamesmanship happening there on that restart. Going to make it a nice single file restart here on the front straightaway. Looks like we're going to get everybody sorted. Hopefully there's no people contesting their position or whether, oh, they thought they were ahead, blah, blah, blah. Hopefully should be going back here. This is essentially a full restart of this race.
So it'll be Mateo Calderon dragging them all the way to the inside of this near kilometer long. And oh my goodness, a little bit of contact further back. And now we are fully getting the red flag. So not entirely sure what's going on here. And definitely that contact a little bit further back, not motivating us to go back to racing anytime soon. But Mateo Calderon, as it stands, your leader. Archer Eversman, Cameron Perry, Johnny Stamps, Aiden Aquino, your top 5. 1 lap officially in the books. And clearly some frustration from drivers. We'll try and get things figured out on the backside of this break. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of Champions of the Futures America Series.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly. The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Back to it here from Spring Mountain Karting Complex, qualifying heat number 2 of KA100 Senior. Conditions on track still being worked on roughly here, as I know a couple of rhinos still getting off track. But for the most part, looks like we are ready to go back to racing. Mateo Calderon still your leader. Then it's the fellow Axis Red Speed of Archer Eversman. Johnny Stamps in third. Aiden Aquino looking very strong and is very much deserving of that Dark Horse title as well. Watch that 428 Kart Republic machine. And of course, Perry Cameron, the Lakeside Karting GFC, one of the few privateer GFCs in this field, with top 10 pace all Thursday long. That evolved into top 5 pace, not just this morning, but all throughout free practice. And now we are sending them to the pit lane. I believe this is because, again, a couple more rhinos out. So still trying to figure things out. Perhaps our friend down on the ground, Caleb Vieska, has a couple answers for us.
Yeah, thank you guys. Just got a little bit of clarification here. So there is a repair window going underway at the moment for the 3 drivers involved in that incident. They have time to fix their cars here, and it will be a full, complete restart. Champions of the Future's officials are still determining whether to send the Pro X30 and the Heritage drivers out first to allow ample enough time for the drivers to repair their carts. Back to you guys.
Interesting. So your Pro X30 drivers and your KA100 Heritage drivers still on the grid. And at this point, a lot of decisions to be made right now. Handful of them from the Champions of the Future officials here. But for the most part, it is going to be hard work for a lot of these guys getting involved earlier on. Luis Lugo, I think got collected further back, one of the 2B pilots. But a handful of guys that got tangled in that opening handful of corners there. not only will have an option to repair and get back out on track, but this entire KA100 senior field getting the opportunity to clean the slate and go at it one more time for heat number 2. We are going to have some racing in just a couple moments, whether that is some multi-class madness coming your way with KA100 Heritage and Pro X30, or if we are given the opportunity now for the KA100 seniors to come out on track immediately after. We'll figure that out here in just a couple moments' time. Regardless, you've seen things already. It has been good action here just a stone's throw away from Sin City. Don't you dare close that tab. We'll be back in just a couple moments here from Spring Mountain.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Kart Chaser's coverage of the Champions of the Future America Series. Standing by here with Matthew Cagle. Matt, the start, I know maybe didn't start as good as you would have wanted, but you were able to get some of those moves back. But you have to do it all over again. Just talk to us about the thought process, getting ready for your third start of the day, but really the second one in qualifying heat race number 2.
Yeah, well, the start on this one wasn't that good. I got a couple positions, fell back, and then I was able to get them on the outside. And then we start going, it was a red or caution, no one stopped or anything, so we go around, then we all speed up, and then we all slammed on our brakes, so then I got a pushback there. So it's a nice thing that we get a whole redo of the start, so my pushback's back in and stuff.
Look, well, I'd take you back to round number 4, right? You were finally able to get that first win that you've been looking for since the start of this series. Tell me about the weekend up to this point, and again, any added pressure looking to go back-to-back here in round number 5?
Yeah, a little bit. I would definitely want to get first every time, but last race, round 4, I qualified 20th, and then each heat race I had to do that over again, and I was able to walk away with the win in the main event.
There you go. Best of luck here in a couple of moments, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to continue on forward here with a couple of more drivers as well. I talked a little about Mateo Calderon throughout the day in my pre-race report as well with a flat tire for him. We're going to speak to Mateo here really quickly. Mateo, I'm going to borrow you here really quick. I know we talked about your flat tire.
Yeah.
Talk to you about the first qualifying heat race. I know maybe not the best of circumstances for you having to deal with that flat right rear.
Yeah, it was hard because it was understeering a lot in the lefts. But I kind of controlled it and kind of salvaged a 6, which was good for having a flat.
And again, tell me about qualifying heat race number 2, right? You're starting on the pole. What does that do to your rhythm, right? You get that one started and it's just kind of ended or restarted a little bit too soon after you and Archer got a good jump.
Yeah, I don't know why it got restarted. I just haven't told, but I'm feeling good. I get to start first, so I get a restart and just look forward.
There you go. Thank you, Mateo.
Thank you.
And again, Code of Officials was given a little bit of feedback to these drivers, right? If they're ready to go, they're more than able to go and get themselves on grid. One more driver here getting ready to go with us. I'm going to steal Jackson Menchu. Jackson, if I could borrow you here for a second. Tell me about your weekend up to this point. Look, we've talked a lot about you on our broadcast here at Champions of the Future, and this weekend, still looking for a little bit more. Tell me about it.
Yeah, we've just been a little bit on the back foot this weekend, and I'm not sure really what it was. We just had a weekend last weekend at Pro Kart for Sonoma, and that didn't go so well. And I wanted some time off, but we didn't really get that time off. And I don't know if I'm getting a little worn out on the body. Maybe the age is coming up, but I'm not sure. It's been a slow start to the weekend. Obviously, it's not what I want, but we're not giving up. And I have a great team behind me. My dad, Ben Calvo, and everyone at Calvo Drive Development has been really strong. And Jesus from P.O. Engine's been giving me all I want for power. And I just got to go out there and make it happen, man. I'm excited, and hopefully we can get out there and have a clean start and have a good race.
Look, from what we've heard after talking with a lot of drivers throughout the weekend, this is one of the more physical racetracks on the schedule. Tell me about it. What are some of the hardest corners here at Spring Mountain?
Well, I'm not good at math, even though I'm Asian, but it's about like 20 corners, I want to say. So to my calculation, that's a lot of corners, and it's a long lap. I mean, we're going a minute 15. There's a lot of opportunities to make mistakes, and you really have to be consistent. You really have to be concentrated. So it's just one of those things. You really have to stay focused throughout the whole race. And even though it's only 8 laps, it's a long race, and it's very physical. So my back's feeling it. I tell you what, my back and my ribs are feeling it. So I might need a massage after this. So, yeah.
Well, there you go. Seems like you're in good spirits, Jackson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah, well, there you guys had from Jackson Menchu. Spoke to a couple of drivers here in this one. The majority of drivers are already working their way down on grid. Jackson and Dean, I'll let you guys take it away.
Thanks so much, Caleb. And great to hear from the guys down on the grid, getting a better idea of, a little bit of clarity from the carnage there in heat number 1. We were talking about it a lot, right? Been a very busy handful of weeks here on the West Coast. You got a lot of guys doing double duty, triple duty, bringing in Tri-C, going up north for Pro Kart Challenge, coming down here for Champs. And getting that option with also juggling, do I go out and do some more of the national level stuff, whether it's, PKS or doing some more stuff at SCUSA Pro Tour. And for Menchu right now, it hurts as from one Jackson to another. It hurts, right? Because you want to see the guys who are really putting the work in, see the fruit of those labors. But I think as well, on the other hand, you see in a guy like Mateo Calderon, especially in a guy like Matt Cagle, where you can have a really fast go-kart going into the weekend, but you're not necessarily seeing it out on track.
It's part of Vegas. You got to roll the dice sometimes. There are times where you'll have the greatest go-kart on the planet, and you'll think you're Superman, and things go badly, and then there are times where you feel like, I got a piece that I can finish 5th to 10th with, and then, a couple guys get in with each other, and you kind of weasel your way through, and you wind up with a great result. So, I think just kind of, just keep your head in the game. That's the name of the game here. A lot of really good drivers. Any little bit of mistake or weakness will be exploited. Just got to keep your head down, and as many have said before, just got to keep looking forward.
Again, looking at the kind of championship picture here, Johnny Stamps with about 30 over the GFC pilot of Matthew Cagle. But at this point in the championship, I think you really see that anybody is in the mix here for senior. And there's so many dark horses that you would put in, obviously, guys like your Jackson Menchus, Keegan Kaminsky, some of the guys that, don't have the perfect attendance, haven't been to every round at K1 circuit to this point. But you look back at Jackson Menchu, he was fighting for the podiums round 1 and round 2. But I think, again, the added effect of what's made things a little bit more difficult for the seniors and the heritage drivers is that sense of physicality. You know, hearing from Kyle Hayner, showrunner for Hayner Racing Team, and just how much of that body weight is being pressed against the seat and feeling the seat itself flex right in the go-kart through turn number 1, and that being the opener of the lap, right? Physical and that being challenging to the body, I think, is a vast understatement.
Yeah, as somebody who got a pretty good physical test at K1 last time out for Pro Kart Challenge and walked away with a couple messed up ribs and some hurt ego. You know, it's tough, and you got to remember, these guys, this is only Heat 2. We got Heat 3 coming up later today, the Super Heat tomorrow, and then a main event. You got to start thinking if even guys like Jackson Menchu are already talking about, you know, having to manage their body. This is going to be a long weekend, but we've got a message from Caleb down on the grid.
Yeah, thank you guys, and I'm here to relay a message from 2 of our drivers, competitors as well here in previous rounds of Champions of the Future. Jake, undefeated, must be said, in Champions of the Future competition. You drove this racetrack a little bit earlier on in the weekend. Tell me what you saw and tell me what you relayed over your drivers.
It's a pretty cool track out here, Spring Mountain. One of the longest tracks we've run for sure. Pretty long lap times, minute 15 seconds or so. But no, the track's been evolving a lot. When we showed up here, it was many seconds off to where we're at now. So just been trying to keep the drivers focused on what's coming to them. Track's obviously changing. They got to change as well and stay on top of things. But just keeping them focused, trying to make good decisions and take what they can get. And we're having some fun. We're running pretty good in senior. Not quite where we want in junior yet, but we'll keep working on them.
Oliver, I'll go over to you here as well, because I just spoke to your driver, Jackson Menchu, and he was complaining about age. He was complaining about his back. He was complaining about his ribs. What did you feel when you were out there on the racetrack just 2 days ago, or yesterday, I should say? You were driving yesterday on the Friday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long track. It's a little physical. I think maybe he needs to hit the gym or something, because I wasn't too tired. I've just been driving, and yeah, it's fun. It's a long track. Not a lot of time to breathe, a lot of turning. 20 turns is a lot. So, yeah, it's a fun one, though.
Look, question for both of you guys, because you guys are on the other side of the fence this weekend. What are you guys relaying to your drivers of how to get around this place fast?
Smooth inputs is the key here, right? The track is so long, it's so big. These price of tires are laying down pretty good rubber. The track's getting better, so just got to be as smooth as possible. Keep the momentum up. We're in 100 cc's, right? We're not running with a lot of power, so any little mistake is going to be magnified, especially if you start getting a little wind in the afternoon, long straightaways. Like, every little mistake is big. So being critical and being hard on yourself while you're driving, you got to keep the thing smooth.
Oliver?
Yeah, I second that. With a long track like this, I think it's really important to get into a rhythm. It's a minute 15, there's 20 corners. You don't need to go out there and drive 110% and hit 13 of the 20 corners right. It's a little bit better to drive like 90, 95 and get all 20 out of 20 right and keep a rhythm throughout the race. So it's important for the drivers to know that and keep the go-kart smooth and their hands smooth.
Look, we got another one coming in. Jesus, I'm going to have to steal you here with the plenty of time that we have. I asked both these guys. They're coaching. You're coaching as well. You're with Aaron Sinavaratne. What are you telling your driver here this weekend?
You know, to keep the RPMs up all the way around and pretty much flat out and forward.
Simple, right?
Yeah, 100%. We're locked in over here. GFC, only going forward from here.
There you guys have it. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Oliver Calvo, Jake Jordan, myself, Caleb Vieska. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Caleb. Great stuff. And great intel, as always, from 2 of the icons of our sport, Ollie and Jake. And, man, give us a tip of the hat there to Buddy, who I feel like I've had to learn special ways to protect the mic from the holster, because he has been finding ways to just rip it out and try talking to this Kart Chaser booth pretty much every single time I've ran into him on the pit lane. Going over the notes there, what stuck out to me was the main feedback from Ollie, in that you can recover from a bad corner, from a bad braking point, from a bad apex, because it's so much of a momentum track in reality. And for someone who's, you know, more relatively new to karting, nowhere near what I was expecting, because so much in racing you hear you got to get every corner right, because that's messing up, you know, the next handful of corners.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with what Calvo was saying. I think that, you know, thankfully here, you know, you just got to put it all together. It's not necessarily about getting, you know, matching your theoretical or getting the God lap. It's about just logging laps, not making mistakes, limiting the possibilities for error, especially in a race situation where others around you will be able to capitalize. We're seeing in different spots, you know, there's a couple different lines. There's different interpretations of how to do this track. I don't know if there really is specifically a right way. Rather, it's, you know, what's the right way for yourself? What can you optimize the most? And I think for these drivers, it's just going to be about making sure that you limit the mistakes. And, you know, we've seen all throughout today, if you limit the mistakes, you tend to finish pretty well.
I think on the physical side, it's textbook from Jake, right? Especially in this kind of package coming from KA100. You got to be smooth. You got to be precise. You got to carry that momentum. And I'll tell you what, I think Ron Fellows has given a lot of the guys over on the big track the same communication. We are really testing the lenses on these. I would reckon that's a Corvette Z06 from Ron Fellows Racing School being put to the test on the big track here.
Those might be KTM.
They might be. They've got like some kind of wing on the back end, right?
Like the KTM Expo, but like
I think it's a Radical.
Maybe
Radical SR3, because those are in rotation here. Radical Racing Series West, regular out here. Whenever we get in the booth, there's a tendency for a big race car to come on screen, which I am not complaining about. Let's try that again, folks. Qualifying heat number 2 back out on track. And it will be business as usual. And the rookie, Mateo Calderon, on pole position for Axis Kart Sport, puts that red speed alongside the Formula Works GFC of Johnny Stamps, your championship leader on P2. Archer Eversman right behind his Axis Kart Sport teammate will be P3 alongside the SJ Kart Republic of Aiden Aquino. Cameron Perry, one of the few privateers out this weekend for Lakeside Karting, be alongside DC Racing's J.D. Drennan. Good to see DC Racing back out. Nevada-based team has made the trek out to K1 circuit a handful of times, but spotty attendance. They have been so strong, though, every time we've seen them make the trip out to Winchester. 3 Axises in the top 10. Rylan Corden makes it number 3 in P8. Will be alongside Jackson Menchu, who did get a little bit of a breather further back, and it will be Lane Kim rounding out your top 10 for Axis. Jack Babick, Spencer Kempton, Matt Cagle, once again, has his work cut out for him as well. We talked about a handful of GFCs having their work cut out for them, having to make some comeback drives. We saw it with Keegan Kaminsky a little bit further back. But Matt Cagle, trying to get himself into the championship hunt, is outside of the top 10. And you heard it from Caleb Vieska just a little bit earlier on. The pressure isn't huge, but it certainly isn't non-existent right now for a back-to-back win for one of GFC's rising stars. Scott Gordner putting him down to an absolute crawl here. Shades of what we saw earlier on. But we have got the green flag. We have got a race in KA100 Senior. And just like we saw earlier on, it's a healthy push from Eversman to get Mateo Calderon through. A little bit of contact further back. 2 karts off. Coming through turn number 1. Menchu with a pop out early, tried making a move. Not able to make it happen. Lane Kim trying to swing back. And here we go. Green flag is out. For the most part, we're in one piece. And the 2 Axis guys trying to run away with it.
Yeah, Eversman and Calderon once again need to be smarter. I'd be interested to see if any of these teams have made some bigger adjustments, even just with the couple of green flag laps that we did have, as we got a battle between the GFCs. I believe that is of Cameron Perry and Caden Kaminsky going back up the inside, moving himself up into P3. This is surprising to see the Axis teammates. I don't think that was a scripted swap between the 2 of them, but your P3 starter and Asher Eversman making no short order of his teammate, and now goes to P1.
You rewind the clock to round number 3 when we ran it in reverse. How did Archer Eversman get those heat victories? A move early on and just getting the advantage for the clean air, building that gap. And now the ultimate question. Mateo Calderon has dropped down before. He had a little bit of a mechanical mishap that assisted him in dropping back. Are the 2 Axis guys able to stay with him? Keegan Kaminsky making that move on his GFC stablemate. Ooh, a little bit of an attempt of a swing back from Johnny Stamps there. But immediately you've got Cameron Perry, that Lakeside Karting machine, in that mix as well. Aiden Aquino just further behind Jackson Menchu, leading the rest of them here as we work our way through that kind of second carousel. That long sweeping right-hander of turn number 4 spat back out, going the opposite way against the start-finish straight. Then the 2 fast left-handed kinks 7 and 8. And then one of the few times we're actually using our left foot here through 9 and 10. And man, you look at this field as a whole right now, keeping the camera shots wide. It is still anybody's game here 2 laps in.
As mentioned in the first heat race, there were about 15 drivers under a blanket, where pretty much any of them, you know, if you play your cards right, maybe catch the right bit of momentum, dodge a couple incidents, you could very easily find yourself with a top 5 finish. And for a driver that's maybe, you know, in the back of the 10s or in the early teens, you know, if you can steal a 7th in a heat race, that is huge to the points that you will be earning towards your starting position for the super heat coming up tomorrow. But for the moment, it is black and red and black and white fighting at the front.
And in a double points weekend, you will take that extra chunk of championship standings wherever you could potentially take them. Keegan Kaminsky a little bit further back in P3. One of the main talking points I was hoping to have with Keegan was maybe a feeling like he took too much of a chunk out of those braces early on in the race, because man, he was driving the snot out of that 465 to make those moves. On track right now, doesn't seem to be the case, because not only is he hanging with these 2 Axis Red Speeds out in front, he's leading a sum of GFCs right now.
I was going to say, but remember, Cameron Perry is not a part of the Tony Saragusa Formula Works Gary Carlton Alliance. He's an independent driver, happened to be running on a GFC. Although maybe there's been some conversations, you know, hey, we're all in the same manufacturer, you know, the subliminal things of wanting to work together with go-karts of the same manufacturer as you, but maybe some independent agendas here. Maybe it's a 2v2v1 as opposed to a 2v3.
I'd reckon it's pretty close. You've got Tony Gomez, who's also under the Lakeside brand, who is basically in the GFC tent at this point, started the season in the RV, but Gary was rolling the chassis over to their tent at Winchester, and then it became Data, and then it became, okay, well, at this point you might as well just be in the tent with us. I'm not entirely sure where Cam's at that point. I'd like to imagine he's probably under that tent as well. Certainly the remainder of the P1 guys are, as we see that move there for P2. Kaminsky with a late lunge there into turn number 9, gets himself up into P2. And just at the right time, Archer Eversman starting to turn on the jets, goes purple again.
It's incredible watching these go-karts go through turn 4. Remember, I believe most of these drivers, even on yesterday, were on single bolt rear hubs, which means you were trying to take as much grip out of the rear of these carts as possible. But even still through turn 4, your leader, Archer Eversman, bouncing. The right rear is completely up in the air, and he's trying to get that cart out of the grippy stuff, as I believe we might have a re-overtake here. Not quite going to be close enough there for the second highest running. I believe that is Mateo Calderon of the Axis Karting Karts. But it's interesting to see. I can tell you from the shifter kart side, usually when the tracks grip up, these GFCs, they're always good, but they specifically come to life once these tracks get sticky. So not at all surprised to see the white and black brigade making their way forward.
So Calderon patching it up in P4 now, and that is again Cameron Perry further back. You just see Jackson Menchu and company start to come into view a little bit further back. Halfway home in quali heat number 2. A couple of pop-ups further back as I believe Lane Kim and Aquino trying to make some moves further back from P5 down. But it has become a 5-horse race as Archer Eversman finds a little bit more time on track, 1:15.687. And as much as he's pedaling, that silver helmet just behind in that 465 number plate continues to get bigger and bigger behind that red speed. The 466 versus the 465 out in front, and what's looking to potentially become a 2-kart breakaway. Checking a little bit further back here. This is Jackson Menchu in the 412. The launch customer, if you will, for Calvo Driver Development. And again, has been partnered with Ollie. Was kind of a soft launch, I believe, in it was either round 1 or round 2 for champs at K1 Winchester, but these guys have already been all around the West Coast, out to Tucson for round 1 of the Pro Tour, then obviously making that trek up north for round 3 of California Pro Kart Challenge at Sonoma. And it has very much evolved now from, you know, a single unmarked easy up, sharing the laptop, going over data, doing coaching, to, I mean, you look back to Tucson, they were really sharing data. That's a move for the lead. Kaminsky to the inside. Move GFC to the point. Kaminsky, your leader.
Kaminsky's not interested in sharing anything, except not even interested in sharing the top 2 spot for a little while. Keegan Kaminsky also a 15.2, considerably quicker than anybody else on track, over at least 3, if not 4 tenths quicker than any other go-kart on the track. With these GFCs, at this point, 4 or 5 laps into this 8-lap, or I believe, 8-lap heat race, this is where you start to see who's got the one-lap speed and who's got the speed over a stint. And needless to say, Kaminsky showed it in the first heat, has had a little bit less of a dramatic run to the front of the field here, but still plenty of speed inside that 466.
Shades of heat number 1, right? A hard charge to the front for Kaminsky in that GFC, and Eversman tried to help his teammate get out in front, but ultimately Calderon couldn't hold on to it, and it became a duel for the lead to get us started here in KA Senior. And with 2 laps to go this time by, it is going to be exactly the same. And for Archer Eversman, it has been a handful of laps studying the back of this 465 out in front, a drag race to get us done. We'll swing it wide into turn number 1. Kaminsky covering down low just a little bit there to maybe cover the dive into turn number 1. You see it again, Kaminsky just a little bit shallower on entry. That allows Eversman to really arc it wide here on entry.
We just saw something really interesting there. Kaminsky was doing like a pseudo-defensive line, and with his right hand, Archer Eversman pointed forward, but I don't believe Kaminsky saw that hand gesture. I wonder if Kaminsky's going to start going defensive here, and that's going to drag pretty much the entire back half of the top 5, or even back to P6. Yeah, there you go. Kaminsky's going defensive. This is not what Archer Eversman wanted, but it doesn't matter. It's feeding time here with 2 to go.
Lifted off on exit, tried parking the bus to prevent that crossover from the axis out in front. This is very good for Johnny Stamps further back. Here's another look to the outside, another attempt of a crossover coming into the S's. Kaminsky going down low. Eversman isn't going to go all the way there. Johnny Stamps on the scene, and further back, Mateo Calderon is there as well. He has stacked it all the way back now to Perry, to Cagle, to Kim, and Aquino. It is going to be a nearly 6 or 7 kart battle for victory here at KA 100 Senior. Who's going to take it in heat number 2? All the way to the middle.
No.
You've got Eversman trying to go to the paint. We'll back out of it.
Wow, I thought for a moment there Archer Eversman was going to run it down the inside, but very, very clever here from Kaminsky. I mean, this is going to be like a fight for a Supernats victory here in the middle of heat number 2. Remember, these tires are the same ones that these drivers will likely be on for the 3rd heat race coming up later today, as well as the super heat coming up tomorrow. Got to be careful not to use up too much, but at this point, throw all caution to the wind. You got a half a lap to go until the checkered flag.
You've got to remember that this has been the song and dance for Johnny Stamps, using the guys around him, saving tires, saving consumables, being there when it matters, and letting the guys in front battle, picking up the scraps, and maybe making a move for the lead. He is right in the position he wants to be. Can that red helmet in the 412 potentially make that charge that he's done time and time again at K1? Oh, big stack up further back,
Cameron
2
Perry.
collected. It's Calderon in the 416, Matt Cagle, 2 major names getting collected. Into the S's for the final time. That'll leave him with 3. Big chuck to the inside. Eversman really trying to make it stick here through the S's. Stamps going to try and muscle it on through. Eversman somehow hanging on to it. What a phenomenal attack. Gone into a defense. They're going to drag race to the line here. Who's going to get it? Just barely. Archer Eversman gets Axis Kart Sport on top.
I think that's exactly what we were waiting for all day. How close do you need to be coming out of that final corner to make sure that you can beat your rival to the line? And I think we just found out if you can be within, I don't know, maybe a foot of the back bumper, you can out-drag your opponent to the start-finish line and steal one. Get those photo finish cameras ready for Sunday.
Shop AKR showing us the replay here. And it is indeed a collection there between 2 of our bigger names, Mateo Calderon and Matthew Cagle, 2 of your rising stars, 1 for GFC, 1 for OTK, Red Speed, and for Axis Kart Sports. But crucially, we take a look a little bit further back. I mean, it really did look like it was going to be anyone's game, and it looked like it was Keegan's to win all the way up to the line, but by 27 thousandths, Archer Eversman is going to even the score here. And a great recovery drive at that. Lane Kim, who has been so incognito for the vast majority of this season, has been in the top 10, has snuck in a couple top 5s, has found himself on the bottom step of the podium here for heat number 2. Johnny Stamps has to patch it up for heat 4 after getting swamped there at the tail end. Again, a handful of names that we were really expecting at the front have fallen back. See Mateo Calderon, Matthew Cagle, the pair of 2B racings coming up from south of the border. And unfortunately, the lone international team in here this weekend has had a brutal start to their 5th round. but the Archer is right on target right now for round number 5. Hope to hear from him shortly here after a phenomenal showing here for qualifying heat number 2.
Well, standing by here with qualifying heat race number 2 winner, Archer Eversman. Archer, first of all, got to talk about the finish there. You were trying to make some moves through the S's. We haven't yet seen that today. You were trying it, and in the end, you were able to cross the line first after a drag race with Keegan Kaminsky. Just talk to you about that last lap, Archer.
Well, I knew I had to make a move somewhere, and he was defending pretty much everywhere, every corner, and I tried to attack in the one that he wasn't. I knew he wasn't going to defend that one. It's hard to without ruining your run through the S's, so just knew I had to do it there, and I got it done, sort of.
Well, talk to me about the raceability of this place, right? This is a place that we're visiting for the first time this year at Champions of the Future America Series. But, again, it seems like it maybe hasn't been as easy to pass at this place as maybe it is at K1 Circuit.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of passing zones out there, but it's also pretty easy to defend them. It's just, it's just got to be right place, right time to pass here.
Look, looking forward. You still have one more qualifying heat race left on the day, then super heats tomorrow. I want to talk about the tire a little bit because, again, it is hot here in Las Vegas. How do you look to manage and how do you look to maintain the pace that you guys have in your Axis machine?
Taking care of the tire is a lot, especially with this one, and just try to get out in front and have an easy drive to the win.
Thank you, Archer.
Thank you.
Good stuff there from Archer Eversman. Again, victory earlier on before the champ season at K1, but was looking for victory. Just looking for victory number 2, but you want to talk about some guys who have really shown pace here. Keegan Kaminsky, a handful of phenomenal drives. Caleb Vieska standing by with him.
I'm standing by here with Keegan Kaminsky. You were unfortunately on the bad end of that finish. It was interesting for all of us to watch from the fence line, just talking about those last couple of laps.
Yeah, it was a good race by Archer, a really hard race between us. So that was really cool for me. The last race got the win, so was happy about that. Got P2 this time. Wish I could have kept the win, but really good race by him. He caught me lacking a little bit. So yeah, good race. Going back to do some data and see what I need to change and to win the next one.
Look, and again, you did a great job defending towards the end of that race. What do you think you probably could have done differently, or how do you go out there and learn from this second qualifying heat?
Yeah, I should have learned from my mistake the first time when I opened up into that left. I don't know what corner number it is, but I didn't cover it off again, and he tried getting under me, and we kind of made contact a little bit, but going down the straightaway, I made a little mistake coming in the last corner, and he got a good run and just outran me. So I'm going to learn from that and go for the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll even the count here in KA100 Senior. Keegan Kaminsky taking it in quali heat number 1. And again, Archer Eversman now evening it out with a victory in heat number 2. We've got some multi-class action coming your way here for qualifying heat number 2 for Pro X30 and KA100 Heritage. It's again Sergey Karamseli on pole alongside Caden O'Connor, your quali heat number 1 winner. Again, Ty Gordon and Mosrosh Gorales on pole position in your KA Heritage, or excuse me, no, the 2B driver Rosh Gorales, as it's our 4-kart field coming out for Pro X30. For KA Heritage, Tony Gomez for Lakeside Karting on pole position, with the Evan alongside him on the front row. And again, we talked about the physicality being an issue here for a lot of our more experienced drivers, is I think how we're going to put it, Dean. I think, though, we look at that potentially being a challenge as Andre Isaac rounds out your field of 7 here. But when we talk about the sun being as highest as it'll be in the sky, track temps probably as high as they will be, it is going to be a challenge, not just for the older guys, but for the seniors here in our fastest karts out on track.
Yeah, I think this race is going to be determined of what Caden O'Connor pulled the same magic to get back ahead of Sergey Karamseli, or is this just going to be another runaway where Karamseli really shows what that Kart Republic car is capable of doing.
OTK versus Kart Republic, Maxwell Sim Racing versus Axis Kart Sport. And 2 of the best X30 pilots on the West Coast duked it out in heat number 1. Are we going to see the same in heat number 2? We've got the green flag. O'Connor going to try and maybe hang it out on the outside. No, he'll back out and immediately go back in line. Karamseli looking to lead him, and we'll cover early now coming into that long right-hander. Look at this. O'Connor trying to jam it up the inside, and we'll get to the point early on here.
Wow, lightning strikes twice. I think Karamseli thought that was going to happen, maybe thought that maybe he'd gotten a bit lucky, but Caden O'Connor not leaving any scraps on the table and takes advantage of the opening. He will take over the lead early, and now, get ready, folks. Time for a title fight.
I mean, I talked to Caden earlier on, and there is a vague enthusiasm that maybe these races are going to be able to hold off and let us really go side by side for the remainder of this, right? Because, man, even in those conditions, you know, we got really good data back from Caden, and it seemed like these Tracer Reds were really, really begging for mercy. But, you know, only one way to find out. These guys probably got the temp guns out, saw the change in temperatures, adjusted the pressures accordingly. I think as well, we got to take a look at Tanner Corden as well, the Phil Giebler Racing driver, just a little bit further back in the 624. He's looked insanely strong as well. And the more these guys continue to duke it out, could bring the rest of these guys into the mix. Look at this, O'Connor dragging Karamseli down to the paint there. And these guys, once again, it is early on in the weekend, but they are going at it like it's the final.
I mean, this is what you got to do. If you know that you're not going to be able to keep up, or if you think, I should say, that you're not going to be able to keep the faster driver behind, make sure that you know, if you're in front of them, make them compromise their lines as much as physically possible, like we saw O'Connor do in the first heat race of the day. But also, if he happens to get in front of you, make sure he can't open up the corners. He cannot use everything that he's got underneath him. O'Connor's going to have to play, once again, a second perfect heat race in a row to beat Karamseli. See if he is capable of doing so.
Another duel starting to unfold just a little bit further behind as Marcus Rush Gorales turns up the wick on that 2B Racing OTK all over the rear bumper of that LN kart of Tanner Corden. Oof. As maybe a little bit of bumping. Oh, look to the outside, now the inside. They're going at it further back, and for the first time we're seeing a little bit of tameness from Sergey Karamseli.
Oh, give it
in front.
5 seconds.
Oh, I know. Lap number 2. And you see that peek over the shoulder. Really? He knows Karamseli's going, and he is. Side by side into turn number 1. How much is Caden O'Connor going to fight it? No response just yet. But look at this. Inside, now outside. Trying to swing it wide here through turn number 3. You thought he had the run, but Karamseli has been so heads up. He's starting to read those swingbacks now.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do when you get over under that many times. I think Karamseli was like, okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy. I'll go ahead and park it here at turn 3. Surprised to see that O'Connor didn't go super defensive. Maybe thought that Karamseli was too far back. Remember, we have, I believe, what is a headwind going into turn 1. So the runs that these drivers are generating on one another from being in the slipstream seemed to be way more than what was anticipated. So perhaps a misjudgment there from O'Connor. We'll see if there's anything in that OTK branded Axis or Axis Karting cart. But unfortunately for him, I believe Karamaselli is going to go ahead and check out here.
The OTK dealer for Red Speed, based out of Ontario, not the one in Canada, the one in California, has been really, really working pretty much every single weekend, whether it's a race weekend or whether they're, having the option to stay at home. They have been working so hard at K1 Circuit in Winchester, trying to give themselves a competitive package, and we're finally really seeing that come to fruition here on what's a little bit more level of a playing field. But crucially, we say that Sergey Karamselli and the Maxwell Sim Racing team, these guys have been out here 2 weekends prior. First, earlier on in the winter when they saw that it was initially going to be on the schedule, did it in one of the few off race weekends that Sergey had in what is a part-time regional, partial national schedule. I believe still intends to run the remainder of the SCUSA Pro Tour, as well as hopefully some of the big national stuff not too far from here at the end of the season. But did that start of the season, and then just a couple weeks ago came back out one more time. So he's got a couple of laps under his belt in this X30 Presa Tires package. But for the entirety of this Axis Kart Sport team, they have not had track time here. And they were only really expecting the 2 weekends for them to be out here, to be this weekend, and then a couple months down the road when they're here for PKC.
It's interesting to see that O'Connor has almost completely reinvented his racing lines. They were doing almost completely opposite philosophies of racing line, especially through the S's, and now O'Connor seemingly mirroring the back of Karamaselli. I don't know if that kart's got enough strength to get the spot back, but I guess we're about to find out.
Round after round here for Champions of the Future, we have been treated to a duel in Pro X30. Sometimes it's become a three-sided battle, but more often than not, at the very front of this Pro X30 field, very rarely has it been a runaway. And as it stands on track right now, the forecast seems to read a continuation of that pattern, because Caden O'Connor, on a limited schedule here with Axis Kart Sport, has indeed found his perfect adversary. And your championship leader right now in the 604 out in front has found a mighty fine challenger in the form of Caden O'Connor. We've got another class on track. Let's take a look at them as well. Romain Thiaven, the Woodford Racing driver, out in front. He did get that position over pole sitter Tony Gomez right now, so a switch for them, but a pretty sizable gap out in front. And we got to give a good shout here to Woodsford Racing, a handful of teams coming out in the Nevada area. The beauty of this, obviously, we've had a handful of teams come and run partial schedules. Nelton Race Concepts coming down from the Pacific Northwest for the first handful of rounds. We had a good group of guys coming out from Colorado for Direction Motorsports, really getting things going for Pantano out here. But now, obviously, running in Spring Mountains and running in the heart of Nevada, a lot of guys a lot more local to the area, getting the opportunity to come out and sample Champions of the Future.
And why not? This championship is absolutely phenomenal. The smoothness that everything has run, I mean, obviously a little bit of a hiccup today with the starting procedure for K100 Senior, but other than that, really, really relaxed. Everybody's in a good mood. There's plenty of space, not on top of one another. It is a phenomenal racing environment. If you guys watching or considering participating in the Champions of the Future event, I highly recommend you guys come out here, especially if you're in Southern California, as when we go back to the K1 circuit, I believe for the remainder of the season, but still plenty of racing to go here later for today and tomorrow.
And for those of you looking at the title of this YouTube stream and going, oh, 5 rounds, we got to be close to being done. We're going all the way to round 9 in the middle of September. We have got tickets to give away to France for an F4 racing school, and we've got well north of $100,000 in cash prizes to give away for the championship. ChampionsKartingAmerica.com to get yourself in the action, and it has attracted many drivers from not just outside of California, but obviously outside of America as well. A handful of drivers. We've talked about 2B Racing a lot, but the OTK team coming up from the heart of Mexico to challenge but what is truly becoming a championship that brick by brick hopefully will mimic what we see out in Europe right now and what has been the gold standard of modern karting out in France. Give a tip of the cap right now as well to the Champions Europe Series, the Academy guys out in Greece right now, who I think had to hit their reset button as well after we were talking about how windy it was driving in here yesterday, Dean. It was really windy in Greece a couple days ago.
Very, very windy. Unfortunately, a couple of tenths were lost to the sands of time, but I believe everybody was a-okay from that. As crazy as the videos were, it got to be, a cool social media thing. But I'll say, Caden O'Connor is keeping Karamaselli honest. Karamaselli was purple that last time by, but only by 600ths of a second. I'm not quite sure that Axis karting kart has what it needs at the moment, or what O'Connor needs to really be able to take it to Karamaselli. But right now, he's keeping him honest. He's keeping him close.
White flag, it's the lap that matters for X30 Pro. And Caden O'Connor, has he been studying, or has he just not been able to fully make that move just yet? That purple lap would say, I've still got something behind the wheel of this 619, a 113.732. That puts him up over Karamaselli, but not by much. We're talking thousands here between these two, who have been in lockstep all weekend long. And Karamaselli with a stellar exit there, coming out of 9 and 10, maybe building just a little bit more of a gap. The Newport Beach kid able to fend off some of the best in the business. Jake Drew, Keegan Kaminsky coming over, doing double duty with the K100 stuff. Eric Doan, who we're missing this weekend for the Stars Championship Series. He has turned and burned with the best of them. You are seeing on track right now why he is the one to beat, as one of the fastest kids in Southern California, in this part of America. Out of turn 19 for the final time. O'Connor gonna try and leg him out to the very end, but it'll be no use. Sergey Karamaselli gonna take victory here in qualifying heat number 2. Tanner Gordon could have gotten a piece of that pie, but they were a lot more lockstep out in front. And the Phil Geibler Racing machine was too busy defending from the 2-bead guy. Marcus Rashkarala is not able to get there as well. Romain Thaven going to take victory as well. Tony Gomez and Andre Isaac round out your Heritage Field and your 10-kart multi-class group. Good action there to get us going in the afternoon. We are halfway home in the afternoon, and we'll go to the top of the order here. Mini and Mini U10, their last qualifying heat next, here from Spring Mountain.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than FitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new easy bumper retainer system, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
One more round of qualifying heat races getting ready to go and get underway. Maddox Carlucci getting ready to lead this field to green once again here for the third of the qualifying heats as they get ready to go racing here. A good second qualifying heat race, number 2 for Maddox Carlucci, able to take the win there, Jackson. And again, what a weekend we have on our hands here with the return, really, or the first time that we're here at the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. This facility has provided some great racing action, specifically throughout the qualifying heats, especially in KA Senior, and throughout a couple of others. A good show putting on by the pro drivers as well in the X30 division. Jackson, couple of thoughts before we get into the last round here of qualifying heats?
Well, I think just looking at the outline of the track when I was getting on the plane yesterday, it's like K1 is so known for being a motor track, right? And that's what's led to such good racing in this package. And you look at just how tight and technical this is on paper, you think, oh, it's going to be, you know, really, really technical. Not sure if it's going to really support like a wheel-to-wheel package. And then you look at, you know, the qualifying or the free practice yesterday, talking to the HRT guys yesterday, finding out that they're really only using the left foot twice during this lap, and how much you're lifting and coasting through a vast majority of these corners. And now, I mean, proof's in the pudding, right? You guys have seen it on track. It has very much surprised us with how good the racing has been wheel-to-wheel on track. And we always got to talk about the prices, right, Caleb? Because that has always been something that's been dynamic from the get-go. And then the minute we feel like we have it figured out at K1, we go over to Nevada. It's a completely clean slate. And on a brand new racing surface, on a brand new track, obviously, it's been a lot of different variables, right, for these guys that they have to get used to. They have to adapt on the fly. But it's been a phenomenal venue for us to be at here. I think it's a perfect place if we had to have one where we were outside of Winchester, close enough. It is state-of-the-art, and really the wheel-to-wheel racing product here, Caleb. We've seen it. It's been phenomenal.
Yeah, of course. Look, and it's funny enough because yesterday while we were talking around with different teams, with different drivers, and different people just in general, right, out here in the paddock this weekend, I think one of the best conversations that I had yesterday was with one of the mini drivers, and that was Benjamin Tabby. And you know, I talked to him. I was like, look, Benjamin, it's a different place. You know, what have you thought so far? He's like, look, this place is fun, but you're turning almost everywhere that you go. You're always on the steering wheel, always putting inputs. And I asked him, have you driven this place on the MG or the Avinco tire? He says, yes, I have. I've driven it on the Avinco tire with the, again, bigger front tires, bigger front wheels. And he says, look, it's a lot different than driving it with these smaller front wheels that we have here at Champions of the Future America Series, because you almost have to slow down overslow some of these corners, you know. And speaking of him, he said, I feel like I can go a lot faster through turn one, but if I do, I end up sliding because the tires don't allow it so much. And that was interesting to hear from a driver as young as they are, right? You talk about the age range for them, the oldest being about 12 years old, and some of the youngest being 8 to 7 years old in this class. So to hear from a young driver talking about, you know, the differences, the nuances of getting around a track like this was very impressive to hear. And he was very, very well spoken in the way that he talked about, you know, what the drivers are handling here, what they're trying to tackle here at the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. That being said, look, this place, again, we talked about the corners, a lot of lateral load. We talked about the rear tires with the senior drivers. The cadet drivers, you know, it's a little bit different. They're probably not going to experience the same thing, but everybody's still trying to figure things out. Session by session, week after week, you're learning. You're always taking whatever little bit that you can, you know, race after race, qualifying heat race after qualifying heat race, practice sessions. You know, we had drivers on track from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday yesterday for the official whenever Champions of the Future took over this place. But man, it's exciting to see you know, the schedule that we have on hand, and you said it earlier, right? We're round number 5. A lot of series would be done by round number 5, but no, this one's got 9. We're just over the halfway point here, Jackson.
Double-edged sword, right? Because not everybody can get that perfect attendance to maybe make a run for the title, but again, at this point in the season, you've got this feeling that, you know, even in some of our longer, you know, gaps between P1 and P2, specifically Mini and K8 Junior, you still have that feeling that anyone could really win it right now, and it really is anyone's race in terms of the championship. That being said, double points weekend. We've said it a couple times. I think this, especially as we head into Final Sunday, we're finally really going to walk out of here and head back to California with a good idea of who's really in the hunt here to become the first champions of the future.
Yeah, and we'll see, right? A lot of different prizes as well being offered to these drivers for future entries, whatnot, and it's a way for the Code of officials to give back to their customers that have been so loyal so far this year, taking part in again, we talk about the boom, the westward expansion, if you will.
For sure.
If you want a little bit of a history lesson, this is something to talk about, right? With the tracks that are popping up on the West Coast and giving a place for a lot of these drivers to come out here and take part. And I mean, look at the scenery, right? We're just here in the middle of the town, just a little bit further in. We're in Pahrump, Nevada, but again, it's Spring Mountain is what they call it. And the drive-through here was great, right? We obviously landed in Las Vegas, drove out here, and it was a cool scenic view to watch. And you know, you would never think in a million years that there's a track, that there's a place like this in the middle of this mountain range. But if you want to catch all the coverage, you can follow us on social media at kart.chaser for all the results, all the highlights, all the clips that are taking place throughout our platform throughout various weekends. This week we're over in Newcastle, Indiana. Our crew has done a phenomenal job out there covering the Stars Championship Series. A big shout out to our entire crew over there in Indianapolis. And our crew here as well has been stellar so far in 2026. To give you guys all the action shots, all the different sights and sounds of the Champions of the Future America Series. Last little bits of intel from the officials as they get ready to start them here for qualifying heat race number 3. Well, here's another look at the starting lineup. This is how they've started so far, pretty much all day as we've been underway with qualifying heat racing action. And again, this one getting ready to kick off. A look down the back half of the field. Freitas Mello for Nash Motorsports on the Paralin, and the Precision Works CRG machine of Vettel Baker starting back on row number 6. Senvaratne and more as well, getting ready to take the green flag. You look at Donahue, you look at Freckleton, Pascucci, and more for this final qualifying heat race here, Jackson. And again, giving us time to catch a breather, giving the drivers to catch a breather as well. But this one and the action, ready racing from here on out to close out this day of racing action on the Saturday. The first of the last heat races getting ready to go underway.
Not a lot of time so far this weekend where it feels like there has been a break in the action, but we have actually, through the chaos, given ourselves a much needed breather. But with that, great recovery drive. Maddox Carlucci gets it going again here for heat number 2. You've got Asher Bazonsky on the outside, still looking for victory for the first time here in Nevada. Are we going to see someone break the chain out in front? Let's find out. Let's go racing in Mini and Mini U10.
It's a good start up front. Maddox Carlucci in the lead of the race. Benjamin Tabby slots in a second, and Asher Bazonsky has been shuffled down the order here. He's lost almost 5 spots at the start of this one. Kendall West, the young lady, has gotten herself up a couple. Qualifying heat race number 1 winner. Now puts herself up to 3rd, but still chasing down both the Nash machines. Ooh. Lachlan with an issue. Lachlan Postle has an issue, hand in the air. Something amiss, 2 of them with issues, but something amiss for the Formula Works GFC, pulling off to the wayside. The 214 is going to be out of this race early here, Jackson.
And Caleb, I saw something bouncing along the racetrack there right next to that GFC. I'm not sure if it was a chain guard or a sprocket or something, but something that was supposed to be on the go-kart was definitely off. And one of the strongest running from Gary Carlton's camp is going to be retired earlier on. It was a really good start from the pair of Nashes out in front, and I believe it was Ben Tavi up into P2. But a little bit further back here as we look at your Mini and Mini U10 field, Sebastian Majajastic you see just coming into view further back there. Precision Works and Pickle Rick trying to keep that GFC out in front and on top of our youngest drivers.
We'll work our way through here, and this one a little bit more separation than what we've seen from these young drivers earlier on in the day today. And the closest battle up at the front is indeed Kendall West and Ben Tavi as they look to fight for a second here. Kendall, great way to kick off the first qualifying heat race of the day, getting herself a win. And she's been calm, cool, and collected all weekend long. Here goes Bazonsky looking to pick up some spots after a not-so-good start for the competition speed driver. He's now gaining a couple, getting himself 1 spot clear there. Looks like he was able to go by on Dan Dukulescu, and they're still fighting here. Dukulescu looking to go by again on Bazonsky. He's not going to get it as they work their way out of turn number 9. Or, sorry, as they work their way out of turn number 13. My apologies, Jackson.
We got a lot of corners to memorize here, but good stuff there from Asher, hanging it around the outside to close the door on that GFC behind it. And you saw the point forward there from that black Race Optics helmet. Trying to see if he can maybe get a little bit of help right now to get to Kendall and Ben just a little bit further up the road. I'm not sure if Dan is going to be able to hang with him. The draft here certainly going to help. A little bit of a look further back. Majajastic looking on the inside of Lucas Freitas. Mello, Stinger further back, trying to go with him. Will back out. But the password, Majajastic in the 137 trying to make that move. Tavi's not done yet. Side pod to side pod. Coming out of turn number 9. They are not giving up.
Yeah, and this is that battle just further back. You have Stringer right there. Freitas Mello, the driver we're following along. That's the Paralin right behind Stringer. And then Matt Jazik just a little bit further back in 8th instead of Varatne in 9th. And here we go back up with Benjamin Tavi, who still has Kendall West right behind him. And West has been looking for a way by. She hasn't quite found one yet. Probably looking to work together here, looking to close in on Maddox Carlucci, but Carlucci's been almost a second quicker than everybody else in this field here, Jackson.
And going off of what happened in Heat 1, you'd be shocked to believe that with how much he struggled earlier on today, with how much he was struggling a little bit in free practice, was struggling to be in the top 5 actually during most of the FPs yesterday. But the kid out of the Pacific Northwest, when he's got clean air over that, what I believe is an Energy Corsa that the Nash guys run, have been picture perfect out in front.
Yeah, they've been great thus far. And again, I talked a little bit to Maddox about his first qualifying heat race, and again, that move was in between him and and Lachlan there throughout the first qualifying heat race. Lachlan Postle, that is. And again, speaking of Maddox, you didn't even see Lachlan. That was right there on the inside.
I thought so.
The tire was just right alongside his rear bumper. You know, and it was a close one as they were working their way into turn one. But again, spoke to Maddox. Said, look, I didn't even see him. I didn't know he was looking to make a move on me. I was focused on making a move on Kendall, and you know, it all kind of came undone whenever I tried it. So that being said, a little bit of movement here. Benjamin Tabby is going to get shuffled to the wayside as Kendall West into turn number 9. Asher Bazanski, both of them get clear. And the second spot on the racetrack looking a little bit different here, led by the young lady in the 211.
And Bazanski was a big player there, right? Using the bumper to try and push her on through. And clear Tavi. And look at this a little bit further back now, coming into the mix once again, the 107, Dan Dukulescu. Trying to pull up a seat at the table here. But this is a really good breakaway here for Kendall West. Asher has been so fast all day long, but just has not really had the opportunity to deploy the pace for that 213. He's working with one of the best in the business. Twin Sticks coming out. Let's see if they can break away.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here. Kendall West, Bazanski, Tabby, and then the battling continuing further back. Freitas Mello. Maddie Jazik going at it here in a turn number 1. And Matt Jazik able to get clear there up to 7th there. Able to get clear of Freitas Mello even before they got fully into turn number 1. So good move there out of the 137. And back to work for the 165 car. An Ash Motorsports machine of Mello, Freitas Mello that is, looking to, again, see if he can't regain that position that he just lost.
Under the CRG tent, Mom and Dad call the effort. Pickle, Rick Racing, both of them on the wrenches. But the pole rolled off on P2. Has not been able to close the door to Dan Dukulescu, who has made a couple moves on Stringer, a couple of the other big kids in the 10-up division. But he is still turning and burning with the best of the rest of them. Lucas Freitas Mello just behind. And Aaron Senevaratne, that GFC just a little bit further back. You talked with Jesus Vasquez Jr. there, and the feedback he's been given is, look at this late look from Lucas Freitas Mello. Really took it deep there. I'm not sure if he was able to pull it out, but man, really aggressive driving there as the white flag comes out.
Yeah, just clipped the curb there on the inside. Wasn't able to get through. But what a drive, right? We haven't seen much of the leader because of how much he's checked out from the rest of the field, but now's a good time to give him a little bit of the spotlight. But what a way to recover, right? You're kind of put through the ringer in the first qualifying heat race, and you talk about recovering. Qualifying heat race number 2, a lot like what we're seeing out on the 205 right now. Checked out. Qualifying heat race number 3, checked out once again, and just really coming into his own, stretching his legs out in front of the rest of the field, putting in some burners, lap after lap. Well, Maddox Carlucci and Kendall West getting ready to stand by here in a couple of moments with Dean Helt as we have some pickup underway for Lachlan Postel and his wounded Formula Works GFC machine looking to get underway here in a couple of moments.
I'm here with Maddox Carlucci, your winner of heat race number 3. What'd you think, and what are you thinking towards the super heat for tomorrow?
Good, and just trying my best and hoping for the best.
That is a phenomenal answer. Anybody you'd like to thank?
I would like to thank my team and my dad for flying down here. My dad for flying down here, and my team for helping me get better in racing.
You're doing awesome, kiddo. Awesome stuff in Heat 3. Good luck for tomorrow for the Super Heat. Now we'll bring in our, I believe, our provisional pole sitter. If you'd like to come up here, Miss Kendall West. So finishes of first, third, and third. How are you feeling about the go-kart and your thoughts towards the Super Heat?
The first qualifying heat was good. I just calmed down, kept the cart nice and steady, keeping up my roll speed. And the last couple heats had great battles and could have done better, but tried my best.
Well, I believe you are the provisional pole sitter for the Super Heat, so you'll have a great feud for tomorrow. Congratulations and keep on doing it.
Thank you.
Up to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff there from Dean Helt, getting some intel from our youngest drivers there, Maddox Carlucci, Kendall West. And you're seeing it, right? Kendall, I think, attested to it, just trying to keep it smooth on the steering wheel, trying to get good runs throughout those corners. But good to hear from Maddox with 2 heat races in a row, and our provisional pole sitter for tomorrow in Kendall West. This one getting ready to kick off again. Diesel Bazanski, Troy Ferguson, who has been dominant, lights out in the first 2 qualifying heat races, gets ready to lead this field to green alongside Bazanski on row number 1. You go back to a couple of more. Braden Wagner, a little bit of a quieter weekend this time around, Jackson.
And again, he's on the back foot after round number 4, trying to close that gap to Seb Hauser out in front. But every single time we've seen the green flag for Junior, it's been, frankly, Hauser on the drive to the front, and just some really poor starts, unfortunately, for Wagner behind the wheel of that GFC. So we've got one more opportunity for him to get on the best position possible for the Super Heat tomorrow morning. But as we've seen, anything can happen, but everything is very much looking in the favor for that Bennick out in front.
And we'll keep an eye on it here because, even I'm left here kind of scratching my head. What do you do differently if you're anybody else in this field? How do you respond? How do you look to take the fight to the youngster that has been so dominant so far on this Saturday? Troy Ferguson, again, maybe 1 lap pace in the qualifying heat race wasn't there. It went the way of Bazanski. But what do you do now? How do you respond if you're the likes of Wagner, if you're the likes of Bazanski, if you're the likes of Hauser to get yourself into the mix here? Granted, Sebastian's had to make some moves throughout this one for sure. So cut him a break there, if you will. But that being said, we're getting ready to go racing here. KA100 Junior qualifying heat race number 3 for the 3rd time today. Bazanski getting ready to lead this field to green on the inside. Ferguson on the outside. Green flag flies. We're underway.
Diesel with the nose ahead into turn number 1. We'll get the full overlap, and we'll get to the point as we muscle through into 3 and the long sweeping right-hander of turn number 4. For the first time, it was a phenomenal drive to the bottom step of the podium as well for Aaron Spears. He's got 2 positions up in the whole shot there in that teal blue Nash Motorsports machine just behind, and crucially Wagner staying up there with him as we head through 8 and 9 for the first time.
And here we go. Bazanski now at the point of this field, in control. Wagner further back, looking to make moves. He's in 3rd, and now Ferguson, a little bit of a wider arc. Bazanski knows the second Troy Ferguson gets himself up at the front in the lead of this field, it could be a runaway any second here.
But any defense is going to just stack that field up, and you can already see how hungry they are. Further back, Braden Wagner, Aaron Spears, and you see that yellow and red helmet, Sebastian Hauser, already 3 positions gained, Caleb. He is right there in the mix and ready to pounce. He just needs to get to the front of this now 4-kart quartet as we get to the stripe for the first time.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you're Sebastian Hauser, right? You want to see them defend. You want to see them fight up front as Ferguson with a nose down low. Looking on the inside, a turn number 1. He's got it. Wagner's through for second. And now more movers further back. Aaron Spears looking for third. And as quickly as that, Pazanski led at the start of this lap. 1 to 2 corners, already back to 4th.
Good heads-up driving there for Wagner to kind of get Pazanski while he's offline and off pace. And that's always what we've seen in this style of KA 100 racing, right? You're not able to just lose a single position if you're offline. If you're having to go defensive, you got to get back in line as soon as possible. But that overlap is such a premium. And that's how we're seeing now Pazanski to the back of this field. But now Aaron Spears back on that bottom step of the podium for the first time today. Can he potentially make a move on Wagner in front of him?
Yeah, and Aaron Spears was the runner-up driver at the end of the second qualifying heat race. And again, if you're there and you see the driver in front of you, the leader just kind of, a couple of corners ahead, you're kind of left scratching your head. What do you do differently? What do you, what did you miss? And now's the time to kind of figure that out, right? It looks like they're a little bit closer, granted, this time by, as Wagner's right there looking to chase down Troy Ferguson. This long straightaway is going to help him out just that little bit.
Danny Ramirez looking to the inside there for Sebastian Hauser. First time he's dropped a little bit further back. That'll be for P5. And crucially, Troy Ferguson not really able to build a gap just yet. Move for P3 now as Diesel Pazanski finds something coming to life behind the wheel of that 341 factory kart. And again, he was finishing, I want to say, P6 and P5 for heats 1 and 2 respectively. And the kid for competition speed has maybe found some life still in that factory kart.
Yeah, there's been a couple of differences, right, that they've been looking to work with. You talk about the start of the season, they've been on the GFC, and then after an incident one of the practice days, they swapped over to an old factory kart they had laying around. Then after that weekend, they kind of reconnected with Billy Musgrave and are on the new version of the factory karts that have been developed a lot by Oliver Hodgson and Billy Musgrave himself. And, I was speaking to Diesel's dad earlier on today throughout the second qualifying heat race. He's like, look, I'm just not sure exactly what he's missing. I don't know if it's gear. I'm not too sure. And I'm not sure if Diesel set his tire pressures maybe a little bit too high where it fell off that little bit soon. And then caught me by surprise. Diesel set his tire pressures? I asked him, he says, yes, look, I don't know anything about racing. we're in this sport because of Diesel. Diesel was the one who wanted to come out here and take part because they lived a couple of minutes down the road from Adams over in California. So, wanted to come out here and race. Says, look, all I do is do all the, the heavy lifting, tighten the motor, and make sure that nothing really falls off. But as far as setup changes, as far as gear changes, as far as tire pressure changes, everything that's kind of more technical, Diesel and Asher as well do it all themselves. They decide what they want to do and what they want to change in the kart, which is great for drivers this young to learn and to adapt and to try and find that last little bit themselves. So setting your own tire pressures, deciding, calling the shots pretty much has been one of the biggest stories, and it's impressive to, while all that's going on, the kid's running up in third, and it's been impressive. And whatever he found throughout this turnaround has brought him right back up and keeping him right there with Troy Ferguson.
And that's what blew Dean away when I was walking the paddock with him this morning and showing him the competition speed tent. He's like, the kid's up front, but it's just a 3-car tent. And I'm like, yeah, and the people in the tent are the family members, and he's the one wrenching it. But it's such a cool hands-on thing. And not only to be that level of involved as a family, but to be at the sharp end of the field, right? And that's got to be such a huge fire ignited for this whole family right now. Again, Asher's looked so strong in Mini and Mini U10. And unfortunately, we are missing one right now. Sister Danya, busy with finals this weekend. Had one extra this week. Home. Is watching from home. We'll give her a shout out. But the Pazanskis out in full force this weekend. Competition speed, following up a handful of podiums. Asher, I believe, getting his first one. However, Aaron Spears, other plans into turn number 5. and that will just barely be a done deal there for the bottom step of the podium.
Yeah, there you go. And as quickly as they were making up that little bit of time, has kind of come undone there with the move by Aaron Spears. But again, Aaron running his own race, having to make moves, having to get himself going. He's done so up to third. And now you look back with more on the way. And that's Daniel Ramirez, who's right there on the edge of the top 5, right in 5th. And then further back with Sebastian Hauser, Sebastian Johnson, Luis Martinez, Keegan Ellsworth, and Reef Sherry. The drivers inside of this top 10. This time by 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go at the end of it. As it stands, it is, or I should say the superheat pull is going to go the way of Troy Ferguson. But again, what a way for Braden Wagner if he is able to close down this gap, to respond here, to kind of keep Troy Ferguson alerted, right, that I have found pace, and let him know you got to find a little bit more if you want to do what you did earlier on in the day.
I think even this run from Wagner right now is enough for Troy to get back to the Kartnik tent and say, maybe let's spend an extra 20, 30 minutes going over data, right? Look at this, further back move for P4. Oh. Bizanski going to swing it back. Good stuff. The kid in the factory cart not giving up.
Yeah, and again, Ramirez just put a tire off of the racetrack there. Just, not helpful for Ramirez. That being said, though, still able to hold on to 5th. And luckily for him, further back, Sebastian Hauser still looking for a little bit more time. As we look up front, Aaron Spears starting to close in here with Braden Wagner.
No, for sure. Spears and Wagner have it figured out, no doubt. And for Troy Ferguson, talked about it earlier, I think this is more than an incentive for him to spend a little bit more time going over data, looking at the setup, seeing, hey, is there any way we can find just a couple more tenths in this thing? Because, yeah, I was gapping the field, but these guys are starting to figure something out. Is it setup? Is it just how dynamic these races are? Have they found the right temperatures for these conditions? So many different factors for how these guys could be unlocking pace. We'll have to figure out how.
Yeah, you got to figure something out here. Aaron Spears has, though, fastest lap of the race for that young man, a 1:15.704 for Aaron. We'll see what he can do as they work their way up and into turn number 9. Wagner off the racetrack, a little bit too deep into turn number 9, looking over the shoulder as to where Aaron Spears was, and Wagner a little bit too wide, looking over the shoulder, off the racetrack into turn number 9, and up front, Troy Ferguson is going to run away with it here once again. Spears in second. Diesel still fighting with everything that he's got. He's going to get promoted up to third, but Troy Ferguson sweeps the qualifying heats here on the Saturday, but tomorrow still has the superheat.
Very rarely have we seen this level of domination, but we are on par for a grand slam potentially, and Troy Ferguson setting the tone behind the wheel of that Bennick, and Team Kartnik remains the gold standard in KA Junior.
Yeah, what a drive. What a drive there out of Troy Ferguson. Aaron Spears coming across the line there in second. Diesel Bizanski to Danny Ramirez. Sebastian Hauser gets promoted into the top 5. 4 spots gained for Aaron Spears. Good drive. But the biggest mover, it's a two-way tie here with Reef Sherry and Henry Escalette.
Oh, wow.
The two drivers gaining 5 spots respectively. Reef up to 9th, Henry up to 12th. But what a way, and let's take a look back, a couple of the decisive moves that took place in that one, presented by shopakr.com. And here's a look here, a move out of Danny Ramirez. They worked their way through, and right here, Jackson, go back here just a second. Look, makes the move right here, just into turn number 9, and just hanging on the edge there. That left side tire fully off the racetrack, not going to really, be beneficial for him, and that's going to, hinder the momentum that he had. But you take a look at the next one here, very similar there. Braden Wagner, and he didn't even take a look over the shoulder, just kind of off the racetrack there. And I'm not sure if he hit some sort of marbles or what. Looking over the shoulder there.
No contact
Aaron Spears
either.
right there, no contact, but just off the racetrack there for Braden Wagner. And it could have just been going in that little bit too deep into the corner. Yeah, just hard one to tell exactly what transpired there for Braden Wagner. That being said, though, qualifying heat race number 3, done and dusted. Troy Ferguson is going to get probably tired of talking to us. And I'd be interested to hear from Aaron Spears as well as to what he needs, what that little bit that he needs. More racing action nonetheless coming your way. K100 Senior after the break.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
How's he gonna make weight? Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
K100 Senior getting ready to go and get underway, I should say here, Jackson. Same starting positions as we saw earlier on today. Mateo Calderon leads this field to green for the 3rd time this weekend. What a finish, though, must be said. Qualifying heat race number 2, I was able to talk to both Archer Eversman and Keegan Kaminsky. And look, tell kind of 2 different sides, right? Archer, usually a more serious driver, but you got to smile out of the way there after that one. He's like, look, you know, it was good. That one felt good. And, you know, he even said it. I was able to win it across the line, but if that was, you know, halfway through the race tomorrow, I doubt that I can make that move stick when it's all said and done. That being said, what a drive out of Archer Eversman. Keegan Kaminsky as well. Every single one of these qualifying heat races, he's had to work his way through this field time and time again. And to put yourself in contention in the first qualifying heat race to win, and then in the second one to finish second, what a drive he's having so far this weekend. This time by, they're looking for a little bit of a cleaner start than what they had in qualifying heat race number 2 the first time they tried it. But for the 3rd time on the Saturday, it's Calderon on the inside, Johnny Stamps on the outside, enter the tram lines, green flags out, we're underway in KA Senior.
And for the for the 3rd time in a row, Archer Eversman able to put the bumper there to Calderon to make it an Axis 1-2. Coming out of turn number 3, Johnny Stamps putting the pressure early on here. As, Stamps going around the outside. That's Eversman starting to drop back. And look at this, out on his own. Calderon uncontested to get us started.
Yeah, great start to this one by Mateo Calderon. Further back already, some drivers to the bottom of the racetrack there. Cameron Perry, one of the Formula Works GFCs, looking for a way by. Kaminsky's right there. Jackson Menchu, who we spoke to before qualifying heat race number 2, finds himself just in the mix of this race. But what a way to kind of get this one underway here.
been a relatively off the radar kind of night so far for Johnny Stamps. It was just kind of laid back. We saw it earlier on, later on in heat number 2, right? Turned up the wick at the right time to get himself some points in the later parts of the lap. But this is the first time where we're really seeing pressure early on, and I think that's heads-up driving, knowing when to pick your battles. But again, there's another GFC. Keegan Kaminsky continuing to find his way into the battles, and they are really going at it further back. Spencer Kempton and a pair of GFCs for the top 10.
Yeah, Matthew Cagle right there, and Cagle really needing a good result here in qualifying heat race number 3. Qualifying heat 2, found himself off the racetrack, able to rejoin. But again, just an unfortunate way after a good drive up the field in the first of the qualifying heat races, just really needing to find a good result here to start inside of the top 10 for the superheat tomorrow.
We've got to check Cagle's house for any broken mirrors, ladders walked under, etc., because it just feels like anytime the kid finds pace, it has been so unlucky for him. Tangled with Calderon, as you mentioned, Caleb. Looking a little bit further up to the others in the Formula Works GFC tent. Johnny Stamps moves down to P4 with a little bit of fangs out driving from Kaminsky. That's for P3. And now Aiden Aquino, one of the lone SLA karts. The Kart Republic machine has been really looking for their big break. It could be right here in heat number 3. But again, you've got Perry, Drennan, Ian Kim, Jackson Menchu. The more these two Axis boys out in front go at it, it could stack up really quick.
Yeah, this could all really change completely. And again, everybody racing their own race, and you see that Archer Eversman, right? Same color, same chassis, if you will, but different driver in it, and they're all here to win. Right? It's been the story. We talked a lot about team, but you know when you're out there on the racetrack, you throw it out of the window. There's only one other person. There's really one person under the helmet, and that's yourself.
Right.
You go out there to win for yourself, but also think bigger picture, right? You don't want to, hinder your teammates' progression, but if you could do a little bit better at the front, you're going to try to do so, which we've seen throughout the Formula Works GFCs. We've seen it with the Axis Kart Sport drivers and Calderon and Eversman. Now Eversman taking control of this one, seeing what he can do. At the helm of it is now Johnny Stamps looking on the inside of Aiden Aquino.
Perry with him.
Yeah, Perry looking to go by. He's able to get through, and Menchu, it looks like he's just in the middle of that battle as well.
Good stuff out in front here, as again, just heads up the moment you see that guy slightly offline, as another Axis driver, Ian Kim, who has really come to life this weekend, has had a pair of top 5s, but other than that, a relatively incognito opening season here for Champions of the Future Americas Series. But the kid who has had 2 years under his belt running here for Spring Mountain at PKC has really started to come to life and has made it, as it stands, halfway home here in Axis Kart Sport 1, 2, 4.
Yeah, it's a great showing for them thus far. As now we look forward as Kaminsky. I mean, you tried it, right? Kind of got the nose down low. Wasn't going to happen there with Mateo Calderon. And the battle just outside of the top 5. Continuing to heat up, a different number of teams, different number of drivers. It all find themselves just right behind Perry, who's in the 474 and 6 at the moment. It's back to Aquino, Drennan, Menchu, Cagle, and more. All falling into line here. Cagle's up 3. Connor Carpenter, who's right behind them, he's up 4 and up into 11th. With that being said, this one just continuing the way that it's been for the majority of this weekend. Archer Eversman, Mateo Calderon in control.
I think what stands out for Keegan here is the ability to get to the front and still finding life in those praises at this point in the weekend, right? He's asked so much to make up, 5 or 6 positions to even get in this conversation for the past 2 heats. And he's gotten there, but I think we might finally, in this final race of the day, see that drop-off point for the Praces. And crucially, the big advantage here for both of these Axis guys out in front, they haven't had to do all of that drama to get to the front. Look at this, Ian Kim, another move on Johnny Stamps. Axis showing up big time here in Nevada, and a move to the inside. Kaminsky gonna push, not Eversman, no, Calderon off.
And again, Kaminsky tried it a lap ago, got the nose down low in turn number 3, and just bailed out of it. And this time around, Kaminsky made his presence known there in a turn number 3. Was halfway alongside him, got himself clear, and you gotta think, right? Halfway through that corner, maybe you gotta think. We'll leave that up to the officials. Let them do their jobs. But man, Kaminsky gets through there and provisionally moves himself up to second. Calderon still there, and there's another look at it on the inside.
Pretty late to the party. I don't know, Caleb.
Close one to call, but again, That being said, Kaminsky tried it. He's running in second at the moment. And he's going to look to chase down Archer Eversman here. Luckily for Calderon, yes, he did go off the racetrack, but he's been able to keep himself on it now and getting himself clear for third. What a way to, continue this one. But again, just going to kind of hinder the rhythm that Mateo Calderon had going so far in this third qualifying heat race.
Tire puncture, P4, and then a little bit of an on-track Charles Leclerc incident, but again, stacks it up, or gathers it back up, gets right behind his teammate, Ian Kim. So we'll see if those two have any opportunity to move forward together. But you've got one of the best in the business right now, one of the hottest guys on this platform. Johnny Stamps just behind there in P5. And crucially, we are running out of time. Should be the twin sticks coming out this time by. So as it stands, duking it out for the bottom step of the podium. Who's going to start on the inside of row number 2? But out in front, it continues to be this duel between Archer Eversman and Keegan Kaminsky.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at it here. The gap up front closing down about 2.5 tenths. The separation in between the 466 and the 465. Drivers who currently sit first and second respectively, and Eversman and Kaminsky. Here for the back, we look back with the rookie and Mateo Calderon. He's got Ian Kim, a familiar face right behind him, and then Johnny Stamps, and then a Matthew Cagle who's up another spot. Like he's gotten himself up into the 6th spot, 7 spots gained. Biggest mover so far in this qualifying heat race, number 3.
Twin sticks coming out, and for Kaminsky, that means it's go time. Matter of fact, for Calderon, it means it's go time. We'll send it to the inside of Ian Kim, other way around, excuse me, as Kim making that move. And the Axis guys are done playing fair with one another. Caleb mentioned it earlier. It's sharing data, and in this package, maybe pushing to build a gap to the guys behind. But the minute that those twin sticks come out, you got to fight for your own positions. Johnny Stamps going through. He'll split the difference.
Yeah, good move there out of Johnny Stamps, getting himself 1 spot better. But we look in last couple laps, lap and a half to go, and Keegan Kaminsky, a race ago, he was denied of a victory from Archer Eversman in a drag race all the way to the finish line. And now Eversman looking like he probably knows Kaminsky's right there with him. And a look over the shoulder, that's what's going to tell him that Kaminsky has officially arrived on the scene. Looking over now, Kaminsky not going to try it as they work their way into turn 14. Now down the hill. And this is where Eversman just kind of hindered the momentum that Kaminsky had going in that second qualifying heat race in that final lap. Now Kaminsky, just something he could learn a little bit from that previous race, right? What do you do? How do you look to get one back going your way? This time by, white flag in the air, 1 lap to go, and Matthew Cagle's on the move for the back.
Ooh, swinging it wide. Kaminsky might try to set something up further back. Cagle, that'll be a done deal for P4. And again, Eversman continuing to go down low to defend this. Will set up the crossover. Here comes Kaminsky down low to turn number 4. Will Foley get the overlap, move Kaminsky to the point.
And that all started with a setup back in turn number 3 there, Jackson. Opening wide, setting up a wider arc before the corner, and putting yourself on the inside as they work their way down to turn number 4. And now Kaminsky in control. He's been in this situation before a race ago, right? Eversman right behind. Now what do you do differently this time around? Eversman looking for the nose down low as they work their way up the hill into and out of turn number 10.
Running out of time, running out of opportunities, but we saw it just a few hours ago. Eversman has been in this exact hole, and now Kaminsky's going down low. Could set up that exact same crossover. Now goes down middle of the track, gives commitment issues to Eversman, and further back, Ian Kim, Johnny Stamps, Matt Cagle are on the scene. Here comes Eversman.
And so much dirt on that racing line. Archer Eversman, could he get another one? Could he catch Keegan Kaminsky by surprise for the 2nd time in a row? Hope is on the way. Ian Kim, Kaminsky, side-by-side contact into the line. Ian Kim steals the win in qualifying heat race number 3.
Can you believe it? But a lucky drive that is not. The 478, the California kid, set it up, made the most of the incidents around, and pedaled his way at the very end. And Kaminsky may be getting a little overambitious on the defense. Collects Archer Eversman. They are hopping over the line. And for the first time this season, it's a heat win for the 478.
What a way to get it done, right? And here's a look. Kaminsky just looking to deny Eversman.
I think even independent of that, Kim would have gotten that.
Look, you take a look at it here. I think Archer Eversman probably has it
You think so?
I mean, you go back here to look. He's got the run, probably gonna get it done, and Kaminsky knows it, right? 2 in a row. Probably don't want to let fool me once, right? Shame on me, fool me twice. I don't know, shame on me again. But look, as a racing driver in that seat, I'd be pretty upset if I got drag raced and beat to the line for the second time in a row. I understand the frustration out of Keegan, maybe going to the line. Unfortunately, contact in between the two. Look, we'll let the officials do their jobs, but I and Kim don't want to steal the spotlight from that kid, because what a way to come away with a victory there at the end of it. Well, let's take a look back at that third qualifying heat race and as to what transpired. Look, a lot happened throughout it all. We had drivers going off the racetrack, so on and so forth. But that being said, it all starts here, right? The Coastal Link custom printing recap. A couple of drivers further back in the field getting collected. Johnny Stamps on the move early on. And I mean, Jackson, we saw a lot. This was the first time, or the second time, Kaminsky tried it. And here, this battle all the way to the end. Gets clear there. And then the way down here, just a little bit of a tighter line, maybe, hindered the momentum out of turn 19. And then the race to the line in between Kaminsky and Archer Eversman, which gives the win over to Ian Kim. What a way to get it done if you're Ian Kim and that Axis Motorsports machine. But man, oh man, if that's any preview to what we're going to see tomorrow, gotta be on the edge of our seats here, Jackson. I'm excited, and I can't wait to go to bed just to wake up tomorrow and get ready to head into main event racing action.
And again, we'll be the first to remind you, we were terrified that, we weren't going to get that same level of action we saw at K1 Winchester, but these guys are near flat out the entire lap, and they're nearly side to side. They're finding new places every single heat to make moves work. Tomorrow's going to be a good one. Stay tuned. Phone a friend. But Caleb, we've got one more heat on deck to wrap things up. But quickly, I believe we have an interview on deck.
Yeah, we'll wait to catch up with Ian Kim later on during this race when this one gets kicked off. Sergey Kiramseli, again, finally responding in qualifying heat race number 2, right? You're kind of denied the entirety of the first qualifying heat race by Caden O'Connor. Then in the second one, you're kind of able to flex the muscle just a little bit. Show what you got inside of that 604.
But again, that's an even series now with Caden O'Connor, and I would not count him out one bit. Even the series as well. Romain Thaven and Tony Gomez share the series as we work our way into one more 8-lap heat. But here we go. Moving over to the Pro X30s. And even with the track this long, when we get to the main event on Sunday, this could very much be lap traffic coming into factor like it did with Eric Doan and company just a couple of months ago for round number 3. O'Connor on the outside, Karamseli on the inside. OTK versus Kart Republic. And they've got him down to an absolute crawl, but the green flag flies, and we've got to race in Pro X30.
And a change for second here, getting this one kicked off. Tanner Cordon getting himself clear ahead of Caden O'Connor to kick this one off. And now he's going to be the first one to look to make a move on Sergei Karamsali. But this one getting kicked off clean and green, and further back, Tony Gomez at the helm of the Heritage drivers on the Lakeside Karting machine, the GFC that is. And then Roman Thieven in second with Andre Isaac, driver in third, 3-car field just behind these pro drivers.
There's going to be frustration under the helmet for sure for Caden O'Connor, as that Lando Norris kart in front not playing into that Axis guy's plans by any means. And unfortunately, I mean, Tanner had to put the pressure on very quickly because we know how fast Karamsali can get up to full song. But with the breakaway right now, this LN kart is up and away. We're ready to take it down trackside. Over to Dean Helt.
I am with Ian Kim, your winner from K Senior Heat number 3. What'd you think? You had the best seat in the house.
Yeah, it was amazing. All race, the car was perfect. I want to thank my team Axis and my parents, and yeah, it was crazy.
The teamwork between seemingly GFC and Team Axis, what is that going to play like towards the Super Heat for tomorrow and the final ultimately?
I think everyone in Axis is really fast, so we could just all work together and go to the front tomorrow.
Excellent job. Best of luck for tomorrow. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Yeah, thank you there, Dean. And look, what a great response out of Ian, right? Showing, you know, not only talking about himself, but talking about the team, everybody else, our drivers, Matteo Calderon, 3 drivers well within the fight to be there. And it's almost more often than not that we're talking about the Formula Works GFCs, the Lakeside Karting GFCs, and how fast they've been, and you know, how they've kind of taken the fight to everybody else, and they've always been, you know, the ones that, you know, even we find ourselves talking about repetitively. But a new face, a fresh face at the front of that field, Ian Kim, what a way to put yourself up at the front of that field and taking advantage when a situation goes your way.
And they'll be the first to tell you, right? This is not a fluke by any means or something that's caught them by surprise. If you know, stop by K1 Circuit on a Tuesday at 3 o'clock, you're going to see a track flooded with black and red out there. The group out of Ontario has put in so much work to make this little Red Speed group into a winning product. And we've seen it already, fighting for podiums, getting victory just last weekend at Pro Kart Challenge. At Sonoma, you rewind to the start of the year, Eversman getting things started with a victory as well at K1 with Challenge of the Americas. These guys have been fast. They've been working so hard. And for a lot of these guys, whether it's Caden O'Connor, whether we're seeing it now with Ian Kim, Matteo Calderon, these guys have been putting in so much work, Caleb, and it finally feels like they're seeing the fruit of that labor.
And here we go, further back in the Heritage Division, the 520, Roman Thieven. Again, a lot of like what we've seen throughout the first 2 qualifying heat races. Roman's been great up at the front of that field. Tony Gomez starts it off on the first couple of laps, and Roman quickly enough able to get himself right back by. Qualifying heat race number 1 was close. He was able to still get it done.
Not a lot of running for Andre Isaac in that Techno Kart USA machine. Laurentu Mardan with the dispatch for him as the group follows up a winter series in Florida and then a handful of part-time appearances. I know both them out for Tucson a couple weeks ago, but trying to get that Techno Sport machine back up to a competitive package. Doing it by any means necessary. Tony Gomez, we mentioned it a little bit earlier in the Lakeside Karting group. Originally, you know, started this season out of their own RVs, and Gary Colton giving them the invitation to come on over and go in the tent. It transformed a little bit from sharing data to then having a couple mechanics come over for help to Gary and Tony being like, look, man, at this point, just hang out in the tent with us. But just talking to Tony, he's like, I mean, it feels like I went from a wheelbarrow to a limo. The amount of benefits, how much more comfort I have in the weekend. I got so many different people I can lean on. And crucially, you know, when I'm already an out-of-pocket guy, right? I'm not a factory driver. I'm not a rising talent. I'm doing this for fun. I've got work in the morning. I've got different people and different tools I can lean on. It's still very much, they're treating it as a mom-and-pop operation. They're choosing where they're racing, who's coming out. But as far as champions of the future, when they're coming out, it's now under the GFC 10, essentially.
Yeah, and while we're on the topic, I want to send a big, congratulations to the Carltons. Gary Carlton and his wife announced just a little bit ago they're expecting a baby. So a very, huge congrats from all of us here at Kart Chaser to Gary Carlton. That announcement, very exciting times for Gary Carlton, I'm sure, and everything that he's done with the business and getting the homologation last year meant so much to him, and seeing, how well they've done on the national stage, on the world stage, even when we go to just, an hour down the road of the Las Vegas Super Nationals at the end of the year, where his chassis and, the technical aspects that they put, all the hard work that they do, and showing that hard work pays off. Gary Carlton being a huge advocate for the sport of karting, and again, a big congrats for sure for Gary. That being said, as we look back in with the front of our field here, Caden O'Connor, as quickly as he fell back, has now picked up. For those of you just joining us, he's gotten himself back up to second. Cordon in third. Grahala is there in the fourth spot, and Sergey Karamseli running away with it here in qualifying heat race number 3.
Halfway home in KA Heritage and Pro X30 as the day of action starts to wind down here from Spring Mountain Karting Complex. Jackson Lambros, Caleb Vieska in the booth right now. It's been a really good duel out in front between Caden O'Connor and Sergey Karamseli. And one of the guys that kind of spoiled that, seeing it right now, Tanner Cordon, Phil Giebler Racing 624. And that has become another duel at the bottom half of this pack as Rush Garajas starts to close that gap further back. Pair of OTKs going at it. Again, our first time out here for Spring Mountain Karting Complex, one of the newer tracks out here. We talked a little bit earlier on the westward expansion and the state-of-the-art facilities, but just like the first times we were coming to K1 circuit, excuse me,
nice.
This place far from done. A handful of pro shops and garages still to be built, but definitely in the next coming years, a lot of plans that Spring Mountain ownership has for this, and the goal is hopefully to have a handful of those national events, be it Stars Championship Series, United States Pro Karting Series, or of course the SCUSA Pro Tour, choosing Pahrump, Nevada as one of their stops on their national schedule. And I mean, if it's anything like the product we've seen on track today, it's worth it.
Yeah, look, and again, when we were driving to this facility earlier on in the week, I was talking a lot to our very own Dana Clemens, who was with us on site for the first couple of days of setup here before he went back out to Newcastle, Indiana. And you talk, this place really, if you want to talk about the whole Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club, this place is very kind of synonymous with Thermal Club out in California, right? When you talk about what this place is and what it does, this karting facility, first of all, is a 45-acre purpose-built complex for karts specifically. And when you talk about, the north configuration, it's a direct homage, like I mentioned earlier on our broadcast, to the X-Plex, or formerly known as the Rock Pile, where the first ever Las Vegas Super Nationals took place. And, this place has been great, and a great revitalization to try and, create that westward expansion like we talked about more often than not this weekend. But look, this place is great on-site amenities, a 7.3-acre paddock here, and again, a dedicated control tower with plenty of viewing areas. There's private garages as well further down, and they're still developing this place. They still have plans to continue to develop this place to give drivers like Sergey Karamseli, who's on his way to come away with another victory here on the Saturday, give them a place to race, give them a place to come out and practice, if you will. But this place with a lot of history, a lot of evolution as well, with specifications, the width of the racetrack, some of the rumble strips, some of the curbs, kind of up to the FIA standard that we were seeing over at K1 Circuit. Exactly. FIA homologated out there. But that being said, this place has been great, right? The facility is great, the views are great to watch, and it's been great to watch the 604 go to work here at Jackson.
Sergey Karamseli, borderline untouchable, and Caden O'Connor looked to put an end to that earlier on, but the Kart Republic driver had an opportunity to taste this performance earlier on this season. It has been love at first drive, and the move over for GMC for the kid from Newport Beach has been the right choice. Checkered flag is out. Sergey Karamseli is on pole for the Super Heat. Glance further back, it has evolved into a duel here in KA100 Heritage. Thaven versus Gomez.
And here we go. This one now just getting out of turn number 14 into the S's from Montheven. Tony Gomez looking to close in. This time by out of the final 2 corners. Turn 19. Out of it now. Ramon Theven going to get another qualifying heat race victory to his name. Checkered flag flies. Theven gets it done. Tony Gomez. And then back to Andre Isaac to close this one off. But that's it for the Saturday. Action has concluded here. Last little bits and pieces from us post-race with Sergey Karamsely, or some more drivers, I should say, up to Dean, really, who he wants to talk to, who we haven't talked to so far today. But that being said, look, what a way to close off the day at the home of the Ron Fellows Racing School here. We've seen the new Corvettes out there and the V-Series Cadillacs that are here as well. Look, a lot of cool amenities at this place. There's houses on site. I know some of the drivers, or some drivers, I believe, some local here. One of them, yep. I believe, having a house here trackside, which is, what a commute, right? You open up the garage door, you walk out here, and you're at the racetrack. You're in the paddock already. That's a cool way to kind of get things kicked off. But what a way to close off the action here as well with Sergey Karamsely and more. Quiet on the airwaves here for a second and wait to hear from some of our drivers.
I'm here with Roman Thivian, your winner from the third heat race for K100 Heritage. Your first time racing at Champions of the Future. What do you think, and how's your day going?
Good. I love the organization. It's very professional. I'm originally from France, so karting is very professional over there, and I can feel this vibe here. Happy on the track. The track is amazing. Come to Spring Mountain, guys. We need more masters, old people, heritage guy. We were 3 only today, but we had to fight hard. I had to push from the beginning to the end. So yeah, we are waiting for you. The track is amazing here, 1 mile. A mix of fast turn and S's, very tight S's. To be honest, it's very fun to drive, but with the heat, it's exhausted as well.
I was going to say, from the physical side, how are you feeling, and do you feel good about your ability to make it through the whole day tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow will be lighter. Today was for me it was a lot warm up, quali, plus 3 heat races. Tomorrow will be a little bit lighter, but the final is long. It will be warmer tomorrow as well, so we will stay hydrated and try to preserve the tires to push at the end of the race.
Thank you very much for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you very much there, Dean. But what a way to kind of start the day of our live coverage here on the Saturday. Jackson, closing thoughts.
No matter where you look at it, world-class action, and when you consider this being a rising world-class facility, on top of the point we're giving off double the championship points tomorrow, I can't wait, Caleb.
This is the Champions of the Future America Series, round number 5. For myself, Caleb Vieska, from Jackson Lambros, from Dean Helt, everybody here at Kart Chaser, we thank you very much for joining us on the Saturday of racing coverage. Tomorrow, it's all about main event racing action and super heats. We'll see you then. Have a good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.